All right, and we're going to begin our classes. So the roadmap for today, let's see, let me go get my agenda. Roadmap for today is we're going to be talking about, let's share my screen right now, is we're on day 3. So I'm going to teach you guys introduction to data structures, process tracking, assignments and tasks. And then we'll take about a 15-minute break, and then I'll teach you guys the report designer. Our plan is to go to lunch around 12:30 and give you guys an hour for lunch there. And then Randy's going to pick it up after the lunch break, and he will be your instructor during that time, and he'll lead you through the rest of the classes for day 3. So that's the plan for today. So, but before we get started, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to open up the click-through guide, and I'm going to walk you through the solution for it. And so you can compare what you've done with what I have. While I do that, you'll see on my screen, this is our LMS. We have moved the documents into a more convenient location. So if you scroll all the way to the bottom of your learning plan, you'll see that we have a file repository area. You'll have access to all your course documents if you left click on it, and you can get access to the agendas and the guide and all that information that we'll need. So since I actually need the student guide, I'm going to download that. What does everybody think about their solutions of the end of day challenge? Do you think you got it? Yes, all right. You got it? Awesome, I like that. All right, so let's go ahead and go through it real quick. So I'm gonna open up a new browser. I'm gonna go into my own localhost machine, and I'm actually going to create a whole new designer folder just for end of day challenges. So let me get to that section. There we go, section 1 challenges. All right, so the first thing it says that we need to do is create a designer project folder called EOD challenges, and that's the first set of instructions. So that's gonna be pretty easy and to go through. That you're probably gonna have to open up a port, either port 80 or port 8083 on it, Alan. That's probably what that error is for. But I would say just continue using the training instance for right now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a designer project folder. I'm going to call this EOD challenges, and I'm going to make it at root. Now, this is something that I like to do that's not in the section 1 challenge, because I like to be organized in the electronic world, not necessarily in the real world, but in the electronic world, I'm pretty organized. So I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to create a series of designer folders. I'm going to call this day 1, put it here, and then I'm going to create another one, and I'll call this day 2. And I think there's also a day 3 challenge. Let me create this and do day 3 there. All right, so now I got my 3 designer folders and all that stuff. So what I can do here is now I'm going to go into my day 1 challenge folder, right? So that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to say in this newly created folder, create a statement rule called preliminary application check. So create rule, statement rule, preliminary application check. There we go. Preliminary application check. Boom. All right, so we're good. I'm gonna click create. And then my inputs are going to be age, define age, which will be an int 32. So I'm gonna put that there, and then state, which will be a string. And state will be a string. All right, I'm gonna save this, and that's going to be our inputs to the rule. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, let us go into the inputs over here. So now I'm going to say, add the conditions if age is greater than 18 and state is not in the following list. All right, so we're gonna say age. We're gonna do greater than, next 18 here. All right. So you don't need to, Phil, you don't need to follow along with me on this part. I'm just going to walk through the solution that was assigned yesterday. So that's why I'm not really going at a slow pace, because this is just review of what we talked about yesterday. So now I have a question for you guys. How do I add another condition to this rule? There we go. We got it. Click add below. And I'm going to click add condition. There you guys go. All right. Then I'm going to say state is in the list, right? State is in following list. State. Let's see, list rules in list. And then now I'm going to type in CA. I'm going to do AZ, FL, NY, and MD. That's going to be it. All right. But I think there's something wrong with my rule. Hey, it looks like someone already guessed it. I have to click not. Where can I find this not? Yep, all the way at the bottom where it says return the opposite of this condition. So that was what the big thing that the end of day challenge was meant to show you, that, hey, at the bottom left, you can return the opposite. So I want to find things that are not in the list. And if it's not in this list, then I want to return the true value. All right, then that we're going to close and save this, and that finishes this rule up. So we're done with this rule. So I'm going to close this. And then now I'm going to create the rule, another rule. This one says close and save the rule and return to the desired project folder. Now create a truth table called interest rate with the following input: credit score. Okay, cool. So I'm going to create a truth table, and I'm going to call this credit score. Control A, credit score. Let's call it interest rate. I can't even get the names right. Interest rate. Perfect. I'm going to press enter there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define an input of credit score. So credit score, put that there. And this one's going to be an int 32. Perfect. I'm going to save. I'm going to close. All right. So now I have it. Now what I'm going to do is I need to check if the credit score is between these two numbers. So I'm going to say credit score. And then I'm going to say between. That's going to be the one we'll use. And this one always got me. It may not have gotten you guys, but the high value is the first text box and the low value is bottom text box. Sometimes I would do this, and then my results would be weird if I left it here, because then it's using the opposite way. I'm checking if it's, I guess, decrementing. But what you're going to want to do is you want to make sure that you have 500 in the high value, 0 in the low value, and then you say both for that if it equals that one for it. So why? Because that's how, in this context, we want to evaluate this rule. So that's why we will do it that way. In some contexts, you can do it the other way. It's not like you have to do it, but if how it evaluates it, it's checking that the left one is the low number and the right one is the high number. If you have it the other way, then you're saying the high number is a low value and then the low value is a high value. So that's not how we think about it. So it doesn't make sense from a business perspective. So that's why you want to say the high value is 550 and the low value is 0. Okay, now I'm going to add a couple more rows and just do the same thing. So we're going to say the high value is going to be 650, so 650. And then the low value is going to be 551. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. The high value is going to be 750. So 750, 651. Put this here. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to say 750 is, and oops, I did it again. 850 is 750. Perfect. Okay, so now we got that. Now, does anyone remember, how do I change the output data for my rule? What do I do? click on the pencil icon. Yes, I have to hover my mouse over the column and then I have to click the pencil icon. And then through here, I get access to the different types. Now, here's the question. There's two ways you could do this. You can either do it as a string and then type in the string text, the percent whatever. So this could be like %7. I know that's not, or 7%. I got to do it the opposite way, 7%, right? I know that's not the value. I'm going to switch it. So I could do it that way, which is string text. Or what you can do is you can do it with a decimal. So what I did is I did it as a decimal. Cannot be null. Well, fine, I'll give you a number. So what I did is I did it as a decimal because I did the mathematical equivalent of it. So I'm just going to say, hey, we're going to do 0.1, like Michael was saying, and I did 0. Oops, let's see. 0.06, double click into this, 0.05, and then 0.04. So I did it this way. The reason why I did it this way is because it gives me more flexibility over this number from a reporting perspective and in the flow designer perspective. If I didn't do it this way, then I'm kind of stuck with that string text. So if you did it via the string way, it's still an acceptable way to do it, but it's not the best practice way to do it. The best practice way to do it would be use the decimal equivalents, because in the flow designer, you can format that decimal to output as a percentage. And that's the way I'm going to do it. All right, so we did that preliminary check rule. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to create a loan application flow that's going to be very small and very tiny. Loan application flow. So in this way. And then what we're going to do is oh, thank you for catching that. I'll do that with this rule over here. And so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run rule. And then I'm going to run truth table. I'll grab these two steps here. I'm going to pick my truth table, pick existing, recent, interest rate. And just like Chris identified, I forgot to do the equal both on the last three. So let me go ahead and do that. Both. Over here, both. And both. Perfect. Now I'm going to save and I'm going to close this. Alrighty. And then I'm going to grab my rule that I've created. Preliminary application check. And so now what we want to do is the preliminary application check is we're going to want to, if this preliminary application check runs false, we're going to run to the truth table. Let's see if that's correct. Add the preliminary application check. Strings go below. Actually, no, I think it's the other way. It's true. We have the true path. Met the statement rule in the truth table. Perfect. And then what it's going to look like is we're going to have two show pop-up steps. So we're going to take the show pop-up here. And then I'm going to do Control C, Control V, add this here, put this one here, put this one here. Then I can say on the pop-up for this one, the approved one, I'm going to say, hey, loan status approved, I think. Loan application results. Application results. And then for the message, we're going to use a merged HTML text. I'm going to do merge HTML text. And I forgot to say output this as a single result. Return only first result. There we go. And then for this one, I'm going to say, hey, let's say that the let's say approved, and then I'm going to say interest rate. Okay, so loan status approved. Oh my goodness, look at that. We got approved right there. Loan status approved. And then we'll have interest rate. Interest rate. And then I'm just going to drag the results. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to expand the result, and then I'm going to drag the percent one. So now what it's going to do is it's going to convert on the decimal into a percentage value so that it will look as it's supposed to. Got a questions chat. Say you don't click the return return first result. What info does the truth table return? It will return any possible list of options that fall under the criteria that you've set. So in a truth table, if you say if you want to return all the list of results, it's going to evaluate your data and see if any other rows evaluate true with that given piece of data. With the return on the first result, it stops the execution on the first true and just sends it out. So that's the difference between the two. All right, so now I'm going to kick this up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to subject. This is going to be loan applications result or status, merge HTML. And then I'm just going to say denied. There is always next year. Smiley face. Yeah, I know it's not rejected, but I wanted to put what I wanted. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put some values in here. So I'm going to say my age is 21. I'm going to say the state is, oh my goodness, Hawaii. How's that? And then let's see. I'd say the credit score that someone has is, you know what? Let's do it this way. I don't want to set constant values. So I'm going to say age, state, and then I'm going to do credit score. There we go. This is an int, and this is an int. This way I can just define it when I run this flow instead of giving constant values to everything. Select from flow, age, select from state, credit score, select from flow, credit score. Okay, so now when I debug this, I get this cool thing. My age is 21. My credit score, let's say it's 720. And let's say the state I live in is Hawaii. And I go through, so it looks like right here, your loan application result is approved. The interest rate is 5%. Cool. Now let me run my process with one that fails. So let's say I have 690, and let's say the state I reside in is, I think what, California, I think it's in there. And denied, there was always next year. And so that's how you would develop that click through that end of day challenge guide. So you can see how the rule the flow designer executes underneath this challenge. Any questions over it before we begin into the material and the first class of data structures? Can I show how I get the pop-up at the end? Yeah, I absolutely can. Share my screen again. How I get the pop-up is I just add, oops, whoa, where did that go? I clicked on the wrong button. All right, I just added a show pop-up at the end of my process and a show pop-up here on the false path, the preliminary check. Another person asked, the interest rate is set to decimal. How did decisions convert it to percent? Whenever you have a decimal data type, I'm going to actually show this in the Data Explorer. Whenever I have a decimal data type right here, so result, that's a decimal. If I click on this arrow here, I'll have extra formatting options. I can get currency, I can get the default, what it comes out as, or I can get percent. So when I added it into my show pop-up step, I selected this variable, the result.percent right here. I grabbed that one, and that's the variable. So then decisions converted it into percent. So that's how I did it there. Yeah. And Deepak, how I got the interest rate to pop up is, well, I'm showing it right now. So I went into the merge HTML text or plain text editor, And then I'm grabbing the result variable, which is the output of my truth table, and then I'm placing it onto this canvas area right here by either clicking the plus sign or by expanding and clicking the plus sign here. One of those two will work, or you can left click drag this on top of this white space right here. Any other questions? Sure, that setting is located here in the advanced setting right here. Let's see, I'm not even on the truth table. It's under the advanced category here, return first true result. That's what I was talking about, advanced. And then check this box here. Result.last.1% per decimal will also work, Stephen, because theoretically, with how our truth table is set up, we're always going to get at least one result. Our truth table is not designed to return multiple results based on the rule criteria, not on the setting. So that's why you could have done result.first.percent.1 decimal or last, because in theory, your first and last item in the list is going to be the same thing because you have an item of one list. Any other questions? All right, if there are no more questions, I'll go ahead and begin our understanding data structures class. So I do want to caveat this class to you guys. So data structures is one of the more, let's say, involved topics in decisions, because there's a lot of things to be aware of, and a lot of your understanding of data structures comes more from your familiarity with the tool. So it's one of those things that I'm going to tell you right now, when I teach this class, you're going to be like, what did he just talk about? And you're probably going to watch the recording several times, because data structures is that involved and can be a little difficult. Now, the more you are used to working in the tool and you understand what it means by the different phrases that we talk about, then it will make more sense. So this is something that will be a gradual thing that you will get and understand. It just takes time, like anything. The more you work with it, the more it will make sense to you. All right, so understanding data structures. This is just an intro into it. So don't think you're going to be a full-fledged data structure expert or decisions data structure expert after this class, but you will have some familiarity with those features that decisions has. Okay, understanding data structures. So essentially what a data structure is, it just houses information for a specific process or solution. And an example of a data structure type is what we call like an employee. An employee is comprised of a couple of pieces of information. An employee has a name, right? My name is Jared Rodriguez. And in the employment directory of decisions, you'll find my name, Jared Rodriguez. Also in that, you have my date of birth. So let's say my date of birth was 10/19/21. Let's say I was born yesterday. Well, that's going to be there. And then you're also going to find my salary rate, salary wage or hourly wage, however the payroll is done. So that's going to be in my employment directory. And then the department that I work for is also going to be there, right? I'm working under the training department. So that's what's going to be there. And then I have a start date. And that start date's going to be recorded in my employee record. And so that's what a data structure is. It's basically, it takes something that's made up of several different types, right? Like an employee has a name, date of birth, salary, department, and start date. An employee is comprised of many different labels we can put on it so that we can track it better. And that's essentially what we're doing. We're creating a box, like Eric Welmark has this phrase. It's like a box of things, and you store a lot of, in that box of things, you're going to store some other things. Like in the employee box, we have name, date of birth, salary, department, and start date. So that's all it is, just a box to house things and pieces of information. There are some certain things we want to distinguish though. Different parts of those columns and data members that make up the employee have their own, what we call data types, what kind of data is stored. Like a name is a text, right? My name is used with the English alphabet, and that's created with that, and that is a text. My date of birth is a date. It's made up of a month, time, and a year, and so that's comprised as a date. A salary wage is some monetary decimal value, so that's the the type of data that the salary or hourly wage will be recorded as. The department is also a string text because it's a word, and the start date is another type of date of when a person began their employment at a company. So each of those will be called data members of that data structure. So we have data structures, which is like this, the big box. And then underneath that, we have these little branches called data members that make up that, that box. And these data members can have their types of data that you store within them. So that's kind of how you really want to think of it as. All right. Now let's talk about and transition to what are the data structures that Decisions has. So these are all the data structures that you can utilize in Decisions. Now, this is going to look a little intimidating at first, but I'm going to explain how you read it. On the left of this matrix, we have the features of the data structures. So each of Decisions data structures has a certain unique quality or feature that you can utilize within the Decisions platform. And that's indicated by the leftmost area of the matrix where it says can save, configuration folder, entity framework, folder behavior, and process tracking. What the X's mean, and then what's on the top right here is all of the data structures that Decisions have. These individual X's and check marks mean whether this data structure has this quality. So that's how you read it. So when I look at a value list right here, I can tell that it has none of these features because it has all X's in this column. If I go all the way to the right of the screen, I see that case entities has all these features in these columns. So it contains all of them. This matrix is not to be read as, okay, I always create a case entity for every single situation. That's not what it's meant to be. It's just saying, hey, if you use this data structure, it has all the features. If you use a database structure, it has some of the features. And if you use a value list, it has none of the features. So that's how you want to read the matrix. And I want to talk about this first is because this is going to be your kind of trail guide whenever you think about data structures. And so I want to show you this first. And so that's how you read it. Within our next slide, I'm actually going to explain to you what the features are in Decisions, right? Because we don't know at this point what they are. So in the next slide, I'm going to explain what those features do in functions and Decisions. All right, let's go ahead and let's start talking about it. Can save to the database. That's the first feature that is possible within Decisions. And what this means in a nutshell is that the Decisions data structure will save records to the database, meaning that you can report on it and you can retrieve it at another date. Remember, not all data structures can save records to the database. For example, like the value list could not save. We can go back to the previous slide. Can save to the database. There's an X on value list and flow structures. So these two data structures and Decisions do not store records in the database. So that's a thing to be aware of. So not all of them can do that. And that's what you have to think about whenever you want to use a data structure in Decisions for a project. Do you want to save this data and be able to retrieve it at a later date? If the answer is yes, then you want to pick a data structure that can store to the database, which means you've eliminated not using the flow structure or value list because they don't have that feature. So not all data structures can save to the database. Can your records be saved? That's basically all this feature is saying, that your records can be saved. Any questions over this one before we go on to the next feature? All right, so let's go ahead and let's talk about the next feature that we have, the configuration folder. The configuration folder is a folder that gets automatically generated with a data structure that has this feature enabled. How do we know which data structure has that feature? We go back to the matrix, and I can see that the entity, external entity, the folder extension, flow execution extension, and the case entity all have configuration folders. So they have this feature. Now, what does the configuration folder do? Well, one, the configuration folder is not to store data. You never ever want to store your data within a configuration folder. If there's something that you want to take away from this class, it's you never ever store your data in a configuration folder. That's the thing I want you to remember. You never store your data in a configuration folder. The reason why you never store your data in a configuration folder is because the configuration folder is specifically designed for designing certain flows and rules to enable user interactions on that data. User interactions like I want to create a new record of an employee. I want to delete an employee record. I want to archive an employee record. I want to view an employee record. The configuration folder is specifically designed to use those specific flows and rules to give users actions and more leverage over that type of data, whatever it is. Again, it's never ever to be used to store records within that folder because that's not what it is designed for. All right. Any questions over the configuration folder? Okay, let's go on to the next feature, the entity framework. What is the entity framework? The entity framework is a big fancy term that just says that you will get extra data member fields for tracking and caching for your process that you did not create when you create those data structures. You're automatically going to be able to see those when you report over them in the report designer. So that's what's going to happen there. And that's all it really is. You just get access to extra fields that you did not define as a user on your data structure. And so if you want to have those fields, you can, but you don't have to have those fields because remember, there are some data structures and decisions you can create that are not part of the entity framework. There was actually a situation where when I taught this class, there was a student who asked me, he said, hey, is there a data structure you have that's not part of the entity framework? And I said, yeah, absolutely, you can use this data structure. And then he said, that's great. And then he told me the reason why he did not want to use a data structure with the entity framework is because he had to personally report to his team every field, what its function was, what data was stored there, and why they have it. And the entity framework gave him fields that he said, yeah, I'm not going to use, and I don't have time to manage those extra fields. I just need a data structure that what I create is what I can manage and track. So that's why I prescribed him the database structure, because it's not part of the entity framework. So that's just kind of a scenario to understand why someone may choose one data structure over the other. All right, folder behavior. Folder behavior means that your data structure records are records that are actual folders in decisions. What does that mean? That means you can left click into those folders and store things inside of them via the flow engine whenever you run that process. Why is this helpful? This is helpful because let's go back to our accounts or our employee data structure. And let's say I got hired by Decisions and they want to store my I-9 PDF. They want to restore my signed letter of acceptance, and they want to store other pieces of information inside that Jared Rodriguez employee folder record. If you use a folder extension, all your data records are folders. And so you can store documents and things inside of it so that when you open that folder, that record of that individual, you'll see all of the documents that are associated with them. This is also a useful data structure in terms of the medical field, right? Let's say you have a doctor that wants to store the medical diagnosis of a patient, familial history of the patient, and the insurance information for the patient into their own patient folder, so that when they go back to that patient and have to go do a checkup, they can open up that folder and view all the information that's inside of that folder to see what they found out on the last visit. So that's a reason why you would want to use a folder behavior data structure. Process tracking. What this is the final one. What process tracking is it's just a default out of the box tracking method that comes with the flow execution extension and case entities. Basically, what happens is your records are also folders, because we can confirm that by going to see which one has the folder behavior. So since the flow execution extension, the case entity are folders, what that means is that decisions now applies a tracking page on top of that folder that gives you a timeline of the state, that gives you where it's at, any comments, any documents, any assignments that were worked on for that record during its process execution. You'll find it contained within there. So it basically takes the folder extension to the next level and says, hey, let me apply a decisions dashboard onto that folder so we can track it and view that information. So that's what process tracking is. Yep, the recording's being uploaded as we speak. So you guys will be able to get that. Just give it some time to mix and upload on our site. Any other questions in regards to this, into the topic that we're talking about? Alfred asked, so which is better to use, a flow execution or case entity? Both have their uses. One's not necessarily better than the other. They're both use case specific. I can tell you the difference of what they are, Alfred. So the flow execution extension is what we call linearly driven, meaning that anytime that you create a flow execution extension process, you want to create it for a process that's going to hit the same states every time, regardless of who runs that process. So a great example of a flow execution extension use case is like a paid time off request or a PTO request, right? No matter who sends that request, the request is going to get viewed by a manager. The manager can approve or deny it, and then a notification is going to get sent to an individual that it's been approved or denied, right? And that's always going to happen, whether you submit it, or I submit it, or my manager submits it. It's always going to go up the chain to a manager that has to approve or deny it. So that's a linear process where it will not change regardless of who runs it. But now let's change the scenario. So let's say a use case for a case entity is more like a mortgage loan application, right? In a mortgage loan application, that depends on who runs it, right? On the case that runs it. So Alfred, if you go through a mortgage loan application, let's say, you make more money than me, and so you can get a better mortgage loan, right? And let's say I have horrible credit and I don't make that much money. I'm not going to get as much of a mortgage loan, or I might just get denied outright, right? That process is going to run differently depending on who runs it, because there's many factors from the individual that influence it. And so because of that, it can go to different states and then go into different parts of the process. So that's how you kind of want to see and choose whether you want a flow execution extension or case entity. Is the process going to change? Is it dependent on who runs it? Meaning, is it going to run the same regardless of who runs it? Well, then you probably could use a flow execution extension because it's a linear process. It's never going to change. Is the process going to change based on who runs it? Because there's many personal factors that influence it, like medical processing or mortgage loan applications. Then you probably will want to use a case entity because it's more flexible and can run different parts of the process depending on who ran it. Another question in the chat says, which data structures did we use in the example? Which data structure did we use in the example? I believe the one we're going to use, we haven't created anyone yet, but the one that we will use is the flow execution extension, I believe, for our process. Alfred asked a follow-up question, said, if I create a process with approval or rejection that I want to return to the submitter once rejected, is it better to use use case entity or flow execution extension? Again, I would rephrase the question and say the question you want to ask is that process going to change based on who run it? So I would ask, if I run it 1 or 100 times and the process will either go to approval or rejection, and then always return to the submitter regardless of the approval or rejection. Should I use a case entity or a flow execution extension? If the process is always going to stay the same and be notified to a user after approval or rejection, regardless of who runs it, then a flow execution extension would work for your best use case. Now, you can use a case entity for it, but it's not the best fitting use case for it. So again, you're not going to be an expert on data structures. It's going to be the more you experience with the tool, the more you interact with the features of the data structure, and the more you've built projects with these data structures. Like my knowledge from this, from data structures is me building in the tool and just experiencing all of them. And I believe in my 2 to 3 years working at Decisions, I've used every data structure that it offers. And now because I've used it, I know why I would want to use one over the other, right? When I first went through these classes, I knew the knowledge of it, but a lot of the knowledge really solidifies when you just build something in Decisions, and then you see the problems that you come across when you use the wrong data structure for the wrong project. And then you quickly learn, okay, that's not how I need to use this data structure. All right, so this is the configuration folders. It shows you all the different things that you can do with it. Access patterns, user actions, validation rules, entity events. You have all these features that you can use with it. And then on the left shows you all of the data structures that have that. So if you ever want to use a configuration folder, all the data structures on the left, that's the one that you want to use for your process. This is going to give us some clarity on the entity framework. Remember when I said you get those extra fields on your data structure that you didn't create? So if I create a data structure with the entity framework, I'm going to get all these extra fields, meaning that I don't need to create a created on date or a modified date or created by. All I have to do is just create an entity framework, add the fields that I want on it, and then I'm already going to get these extra fields: ID, hidden, administrative view only, entity folder, history folder ID, and all this fun stuff. So that's the entity framework, and that's what you're going to get when you make a data structure with that one. Folder behavior, this is what I was talking about. You can store files in it, put assignments in it, and the 3 data structures that have it are the folder extension and the flow execution extensions and case entities. I think the last one's process tracking. Okay, so remember I talked about how the entity gives you the extra fields. So this is an example of a user who created only 5 fields in the process, right? These 5 fields. Now, if I go into the database structure, the user just has those 5 fields minus an ID field that's given to them automatically. So, but only the fields they declared are the fields they got. Now let's see what happens when they create an entity with the same data members. Well, now they got a whole lot of extra fields, right? Administrative view only, all tags only, archived by, created on. The effective date is, let's see, right, is right here. So this is the field the user defined. This is the field the user defined right here. And I think there's one more, expiration date right here. So all the ones in the ovals are the ones the user defined. Everything else is what Decisions automatically gave to the user when they created an entity data structure. And then to the right, you have the flow execution extension, which also gives you some extra information because it captures the actual running flow. So I like this slide because to me, it shows you how the data structures, what they do and how, what it looks like in their environment when it changes. Alrighty. Now at the last slide, I want to stress this. So this is just an introduction to data structures. Just because Decisions has data structures does not mean every project that you create in Decisions will always need to have one, right? You may not have to use it. And during your Decisions journey and Decisions journey, the best way to learn the data structures is build projects with it, experiment with it. And then if you're actually working on an actual project for your company and you want to make sure and you don't really have the freedom to be able to choose a wrong data structure, feel free to reach out to us, our professional services team or Decisions, and you can talk to one of our solution architects who can tell you, and you can tell them kind of like what Alfred did, where he asked me those questions and said, hey, I have this process and what should I use for, right? They will help you decide this is how you should choose for it, and then tell you based on what you described to me, this is the best data structure for you. So you're not alone in this journey. It is a little cumbersome because it's a lot of information and it's a lot of abstract information. A lot of it's not very concrete. But the knowledge and the expertise does come through time, and it's more of just getting used to those data structures and how they manifest themselves into decisions and into your overall process. All right, comments or questions? All good. All right. Then I'm going to go into another slide that we have that kind of translates into the data structures class. Is going to be process folders. So it shouldn't be too long of a slide here, and all it's going to do is expound upon the data structures information that we have. All right. So process folders. We've already informed you guys that process folders are tied to the case entity records and the flow execution extension records because they have process tracking. So there are these certain types of folders and decisions called process folders, meaning that all they do is they just have a dashboard on top of that folder so that you can see where that process went during its lifetime. And so what does that process folder look like? Well, like I said, it's a type of decision folder that contains a default page showing the folder state, assignments, and contents. So anything that you have inside of it, like documents or assignments or things like that, you're going to be able to see that in a nice, beautiful kind of dashboard looking way to find out where your process ended, where it's at, any comments. So if I write comments and say, hey, this is going into the denied state because Jared has a horrible credit score or whatever the case may be, you can see all that information within that folder. So it makes it nice and neat and organized. So that's what a process folder is. So here are an example of what they look like. So in the process folder, you're going to have a status panel right here, typically called process history and collaboration. So you can see over here that there is the started, submitted, awaiting booking, and booked. There are these different states that this process can go in, and they're defined as these column headers for that process. And then what you can see is any of the attached entities inside of those folders as well. You can see that via, it will be on the bottom left of the set up process folder page, but it's going to be here on the top right of the slide. And you can see any documents, assignments, notifications, which one it's active and current in. So you can always see that information there. So that's how you can find that and view any of the attached documents. There is also an audit trail that you can have too, right? Because here it's going to show you that in the awaiting booking state from Jared's request from Norfolk to Denver, that it is awaiting booking, and it was completed by booking, and it was the time spent that booking went on it is less than a minute, and it was completed on September 29th, 2021 at 5:57 a.m. and all of the stuff. So that's how you can do that there. Let's see. So we'll ask a question. So the goal will is try to be on these classes as long as you can for most of the time. I'm not sure how long you have to be or anything like that, but you just have to be attendance for majority of the time to receive credit for it. So that's the only information I know. So I think you'll be fine, but try to definitely receive the knowledge from the recording from that regard. So. We have another question that said, where can we find the process folders in Bootcamp? So process folders will not be in Bootcamp. Process folders will be in the Decisions Designer. So that's how you would interface with it and create them. So actually, need to go into your question. Shahrazad, in decisions, you can use a step called the setup process folder. You can use it independent of flow execution extensions, or you can use it with a flow execution extension. And when you run this step and fulfill all the inputs that it has, it will create a folder that a individual can view the process tracking of that particular flow execution. And you can store documents and all the stuff that we previously talked about. So that's how you would use it in decisions. You would set it up there and it would be located there for it. Now, what are some uses of this? Well, a cool use of this is whenever you use a setup process folder, you can use these other steps with it to utilize the functions of storing files in a folder, of adding comments to the different states by using these steps called add comment step, add files and folders, or add document. All these steps are available in decisions that allow you to utilize the process folder to the best that possible way and designer user can to get the most out of it. All right, so that was a short slide. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you this in decisions. This isn't part of the click through. So what we're going to do is actually, let's go ahead and let me show you what I mean by the process folder. And then after that, we will go ahead and go into the click through, create a data structure, and create a data structure and have process tracking for our process. So this part, you do not need to follow along with me, just kind of watch and soak in the knowledge. So anytime we want to create a data structure in decisions, we're going to be using create data types and integration. Now we have all the decisions data types here at our disposal that we talked about and showed on the matrix. So the one that I'm going to use for right now is we're going to use a flow execution extension. And I'm going to call this my example flow execution extension or fee. And I'm just going to say this is test 1 and this is test 2. And we'll make them 2 string values. And I'm going to save it. Now, a thing that everyone will need to be aware of when we are building a flow execution extension and utilizing it is you will need to store the data. Remember, and store the data in decisions. Remember, you never ever use your configuration folder to store the data. You will always create a normal folder. And I'll call this like my data folder, and click create. Now what we do is, now that I've created the data structure, I've created the box. That's what creating the data type does. I created the box to house records in. Now what I need to do is I need to actually put records or store things in that box. How I do that is I create a flow, and I'm going to say this is create records flow. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in setup process folder. Put this here. Connect this up here. I'm going to pick the parent folder, which means which folder do I want to store all those records in. And in that case, I'm going to pick the data folder that I just defined. Remember, I never, ever, there's one thing you get from this class, never, ever store records here in the configuration folder. Never, ever, never, ever, never. There we go. I think I beat the dead horse. All right, you never store data in this configuration folder. You choose a normal folder and you store information there. All right, so I've picked that folder where I'm storing those records. Since I want to combine my setup process folder with the flow execution extension data, I need to click on this checkbox right here that says use extension data. When I use the extension data, I can now pick my type that I just created. So my example, fee, which is in my end of day challenges day 3 folder, I'm going to in the drop-down list select that type. And then what I can do is I have these extra fields that I need to fill out. So the folder name is what's the name of the folder. So I'm going to say this is a folder name. Woohoo. So you're going to see where that is. Description, I'm just going to say, hey, this is demonstration purposes only. And then for my data, remember, anytime I have a complex type that I created by user defined, I can build the data. And so when I build the data, I'm going to assign values to only the data members that I created. So data and data. Alrighty. So now notice that I didn't have to put values in the rest of this process. The reason why I don't have to is because decisions will automatically generate those fields for me and give them values. All I need to do is make sure that I give the data some information to the values that I defined in the user defined types when I created this, and then give it a folder name. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to left click on the canvas and notice that when my warning goes away, it may give me warning saying that there's other flows that are unrelated that use this prefix. So this prefix, typically what we do is we make it reflective of what it actually is. So if it was a PTO request, I'd put PTO, and then it would give it a prefix number to it. Or if it's a travel request, I put TR or whatever it is. In this case, I'm just going to say this is JR reflective of me, since this is going to be my records. So I'm going to switch that. My validation goes away. I'm going to save this, and then I'm just going to debug it, right? All that happens here is it creates a folder that stores data. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go into my data folder. And now you'll see that this is a folder name, woohoo. That's what I named it because that's what the input of folder name asked for on that step. It's what do you want this folder to be called? Also, remember that this record is a type of folder. What does that mean? I can left click inside of it and I can get data and information about it. And so I can see all the information of who created it, who last touched it, any assignments or documents in it, and all that information can be found here. Now, I didn't configure any of that information because I didn't store any documents in here, but if I did, then you'd find them within these menus here. And this comes all default into the flow execution extension or the case entity where it will appear here. All right, any comments or questions? You tell me, is it persistent in the database? Do flow execution extensions, do they save to the database? There you go. Then that's the answer to your question, Starzad, because it has the can save to DB right there. That's how you read it. Alfred asks, is process tracking, can it be accessed by a decision user or is it exclusive to designer users and admin? It can be accessed by any users and it can be restricted via permissions. So let's say if you had medical records, right, and you only wanted a specific patient to see their own record, but you don't want them to see any other person's record, well, then you can use permissioning to filter that out. And then let's say if it's a doctor and you want them to see all their patient records, then you can filter that out appropriately and give them permissions to it. So you can give as much access you want end users to have as you want, Alfred. That's all based on decisions user permissioning. All right. Let's switch gears. All right, so let's switch gears and let's go into the data types. So make sure this is the right area. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, guys, let's switch gears and let's go ahead and let's start building this. So we talked about data types and we talked about process folders. Let's go ahead and build that in our process. So turn with me in your click-throughs to page 53. That's where we will begin, page 53. And I'm actually going to share, I'm going to stop my screen share, shuffle around. There we go. I'm going to shuffle around my stuff, screen 3. Okay. Can everyone see my screen now? It should say data types overview. Awesome. Okay. Is everyone on page 53 of the click-through? Yep. Awesome. Okay. So then let us begin. So a data type, it's a type of classification that tells the platform how the data is intended to be used. So then it goes into details of the different types that we already talked about. So now what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down all the way to page 54 where it says data types example. And here's what we're going to do. It says a data structure is a commonly used method where several data attributes of varying types are compiled into one decisions object. This example will walk through the creation of a flow execution extension data structure to help track our purchase requests. So that's the goal. We're going to track purchase requests. Then it says in the designer project folder for data structures, select create data types / integrations from the bottom action bar. In this case, is the top action bar is a typo we got to fix. It's going to be on the top action bar. Select flow execution extension from the user defined types section window that appears and click create. Enter your initials purchase request. Okay, so I think I got it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our purchase requests. I actually might have built some extra stuff, but I'll do that later. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go through our data types. Go to your data types folder. And then on the top action bar, we're going to click create data types and integration. We're going to scroll all the way down to flow execution extension. Remember, not flow structure. Flow structure is a completely different thing. We want a flow execution extension. Do not confuse the flow structure and the flow execution extension because they do completely opposite things. One is saved to the database, the other is not. So make sure you create a flow execution extension by left clicking this, and you're going to type this JR purchase requests. And then it says in the structure type name, define the data attributes using the parameters in the screenshot below before saving a similar input. So then what we're going to do is we're just going to create all of these. So what I want you to do is go ahead and create, where's my doodle? Go ahead and add these data members to your data structure right here. And then let me know when you have that completed. So I'm going to move this to the left just so I can read it. Yes, did you guys create a data structure? Yeah, if you guys created a data structures folder, then yeah, you'll use that. It's the same. I'm trying to think, what was the name of it? Data structures, yes. It's the same as data structures. Yep. So go to your data structures or data types folder. I'll rename this so it's the same name as yours. Set name and description, data structures. So we have the same name. And then all you have to do is go to create data types and integration, scroll all the way down to flow execution extension, and then you give the name of the structure JR, or in this case, your initials, which I think was a KB, and then purchase requests. And then on our click through, oh no, I'm starting video so you guys can see me. And then what we're going to do is on page 55, you see all of these data members. We have to define all of these data members. So that's all I'm going to be doing. So you just define these data members within that data structure after naming it. And you'll see me do that on the screen. So this would be requester name. This would be requester email. This would be department. Item name. Quantity. Price per item. This is going to be total. This is going to be need by date. All right, now we need to fix the type, right? Because it's all not strings. So requester name is a string, requester email is a string, department is a string, item name is a string, but the quantity, that's an integer. So I'm gonna click this drop down list button, this arrow right here, and click on int 32. Price per item in total is a decimal. So I'm gonna go to price per item, decimal, total as a decimal. And then I'm going to do the need by date. That's going to be a date time. So hit the drop down list and select date time. So when you're all done, it should look like this. All right, and let me know when you got this much done. And then after you've gotten this, those of you who've gotten this part, you can go ahead and click save on the bottom right. Remember, if you click X, it's not going to save that configuration. You're going to click save on the bottom right of this window, and then decisions will compile your data structure. So if you got this part, go ahead and do that. I'm going to wait right here until everyone says they have completed this part. So I think I saw someone say that one of the rows is red and pink. So a thing you want to remember is you can't have spaces. So if you have spaces, that may be why it's showing red and pink, because you can't have spaces. You must keep them as one word. So try that if that's the case. Or let's say you define something and then you realize you didn't want it. Then decisions will think you wanted that and you'll have this issue right here. And so then what you'll need to do to remove it is give it some values, and then you can click the X next to it and then remove that data member. So go ahead and try that. I think I saw someone who had that issue, and see if that resolves your issue. Yes, you can. Awesome. Yes, you can. So I'm going to save and then go back. I'm going to go back to this menu for those of you who are looking at it. So what I can do is when I have my data structure defined here, I'm actually going to right click it and say edit define data structure. And then you can add or remove data members that you have in your process. So the thing you're going to have to be aware of, though, is I can't change the name of the data structure. Once this name has been created, then that's the name of the data structure. So you want to be very careful what you name it as, because the name that you pick for this will be its forever name. So make sure you got that typed specifically there. So that's something to be aware of when you're building data structures and decisions. All right. Did we get that? We're all good there? Awesome. Okay, so at this point, everyone should have their data structure all created and in their process. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a normal folder to store all these requests. So what we're going to do is on the next to the three dots across from the data structures folder, we're going to click on the three dots and we're going to click create folder. And then instead of creating a designer project folder, we're actually just going to create a normal folder on the left. When we do that, we're going to call this folder purchase requests. Right. And then once I click create, it's going to create a normal folder. So just to summarize what I did is you're going to click the three dots. You're going to click create folder, and then you're going to select the normal folder, which is going to be the icon on the left. And then you're going to give it a name purchase request, and then you'll hit save or you'll hit create. So go ahead and do that. I'm going to leave my menu here on the screen. Let me know when you guys have created that normal folder in your process. All right, so I see a lot of people are done. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do this. I'm going to clear all my doodles because I like to doodle and they're getting everywhere. And I'm going to click create to create that normal folder. And decisions will automatically navigate you to that normal folder. If you want to get out of that normal folder, just click on your data structures folder here, and then you'll have a data structures folder that should contain a purchase request configuration folder, a flow execution extension data structure, and a normal folder called purchase requests. If everyone has that in this menu right here, then they are all good to go. Then you're all good to go. And then we can proceed to the next section, process folders. Alrighty, process folders. Let me go ahead and share my click through. We're going to start on page 50. Let's see, page 57 right here is where we're going to start. So please navigate to page 57 of your click through and let me know when you guys are all there. I think you guys can do emojis, right? Yeah, if you guys want to pop an emoji, be like there or smiley face or sticky tongue out. As you guys can tell, I'm a very relaxed person, so I think emojis are fun and cool. So if you want to do one, if you want to just say done and there, I see we got one right there. Yeah, there we go. Woo, I love the fire, man. Love it. Ooh, we got someone with cool glasses. I like it. And a ghost. Ooh, you almost scared me there. I got a little scared there. Okay, let's go ahead. And now what we're going to do, it says edit the purchase request flow and hover over the path coming from the show form step, then add a setup process folder step from the quick add window. Select the setup process folder step and configure the properties for the step to mirror the screenshot below. Make sure you select your data structure. Oops, oh, I don't want to reply. All right. So what it's saying, all that paragraph just means is do this. That's the summary of that paragraph. Oh man. We got Christopher's flexing and Ku is, I love the nerdy glasses. All right. So I'm going to go into my purchase request flow. And since me and Randy aren't really developing on the same machine, so I'm going to have a little bit to build. So I'm just going to build some stuff really quick. I'm missing my auto approve rule. So run rule. You guys will already have this stuff. I just don't have it in mind. I'm going to say auto approve. Alrighty. And then I'm going to do a truth table. Figure create. And this, I think it's like a Signy truth table or something. Perfect. All right. So now what we'll do is, now my process looks somewhat like yours. And this will be the false path. And then we're gonna put this here, put this on the tree path here. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our setup process folder. We're gonna find this by typing in the search bar here. There's a couple ways you can do it. I think Randy, as I was watching yesterday, showed you guys the quick add menu, which is a way you can do it. And you can search for your setup process folder by typing it here, setup process folder. And then you can give it a name here and then add it that way. Or the other way is setup process folder here. And then you drag the step over and then you connect it up. Boom, boom, this way. Both are acceptable methods. There's no right or wrong. It's just to each their own. Alrighty. Does everyone have their setup process folder set up like this? It should have a red exclamation point because we haven't configured it yet. Awesome. That's good. That's good. We will fix the error in a little bit. Man, I gotta get better at drinking my coffee faster because it gets cold before I finish it. For those of you guys who don't know, the senior director of training sits across from me, and so he heard me say that, and so he agreed that I do need to drink it faster. So I guess that's going to be in my employee review. I need to drink coffee faster. More coffee. All right. Okay, so if you have your setup process folder all set up right here in the middle or between your auto approve rule and then after your form, then we're going to left click on the setup process folder. And there's a couple of things that we need to configure to get it to capture our process data. The thing we need to do is obviously click on it. On your parent folder, that's where we store all the records. We're going to select pick. We're going to select recent and where did I put it? Oh yeah. You could do recent, and then we want to make sure you put it in your initials purchase request. So for example, mine's JR purchase request. What I'm going to select this folder. Yours will be your initials and purchase request. And then you're going to hit pick. So go ahead and do that and let me know when you guys have picked your parent folder that is the your initials purchase request folder. That is correct, Trevor. This was the normal folder that we created earlier. Sweet, got thumbs ups, hang loose, love it. Okay, alrighty. Okay, once you've found that folder, gonna go ahead and select pick, and then you'll see that now in our parent folder, it's selected our purchase request as the folder that we'll be storing all our records in. Now what we're going to do is you won't have to scroll too far down. Right here on the use extension data, you'll see this checkbox. Go ahead and check this box right here. Once you check this box, it will allow you to pick the extension type for your process. And in this case, you want to pick the your purchase request process. So we name that data structure after your initials. So it's going to be your initials purchase request. So in this case, mine's going to be JR purchase request. And I select that one. It might be a little harder for you guys to find because you are using shared environments. So you might have to filter through and make sure that you can read the entire namespace. And as you can see, like mine chops off a little bit of it. If you want to see it more clearly to make sure that you have the right data structure selected, you're going to want to left click, kind of hover your mouse over the line right here till I get those two horizontal arrows. And then I can move it, my process to the left, and then I can read the entire what we call namespace location of the data structure. So this helps you make sure that you got your data structure, not someone else's data structure. Because if you're creating records for someone else's data structure, then you won't be storing yours in the right location. If it only comes back with two values, then you're in luck. That means that you're the only one in your or that you and one other person are the only two people in that trading server. So I think that's a great thing. Because then it's easier to distinguish between yours and someone else's. Yes, the parent folder is the regular folder that we created earlier. The data structure will not be your folder. It's going to be your the data structure you created. So this one might say, you might say this might be your initials purchase request and then data structures and then GR purchase request or your initials purchase request. Another way you can do it, so let's say if you can't find yours, then what you can do is you can type in GR purchase request or names, then you can put them here. If they're not yours, then do you know what type of data structure you created? Because if you created a flow structure, so we go back to data structures. If we created a flow structure, then it's not going to appear. You want to make sure that you created a flow execution extension. So I would confirm that you created the correct data structure, because if we created a flow structure, it's not going to appear there. That's what you did. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. That's an easy thing to get into, because a flow structure is not going to appear there. A flow structure is the data structure that's not saved anywhere. So that's why it's never going to find it, because it's not a savable data structure. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to delete this data structure, which you can right click and then delete the defined data structure, and then recreate your process to use a flow execution extension instead. Another question in the chat. Let's see. Yep, you got it, Deepak. That's exactly what it would look like. I'll give you a couple moments to recreate that data structure, Tina, and then we'll proceed in configuring the rest of the process. Alrighty, let's go ahead and move on. So let me unmute myself. Oops, Zoom, get out of my way. All right, so now we finished this process, right? We picked a parent folder. We said use extension data like it says in the image right here, and then we picked our purchase request, whatever it's called. So once you pick that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the mapping editor and we're going to do some mapping and some setup. So here's what it's going to look like. So we are going to, so I'm going to move this out of the way. Let's see. So notice that when we go to when we have our setup process folder selected, we can edit input mappings at the top. Go ahead and click on edit input mappings at the top right here to have this menu. And then let me know when you all have clicked, when everyone has clicked on that. Awesome. Sure, I can show that again. What we're gonna do, I want to use a doodle because it's fun. All right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on the setup process folder, then you're gonna fly all the way up here, and we're gonna edit input mappings right there. That's the button we gotta click on. So you wanna make sure you click on the setup process folder step, and then edit input mappings, and then voila, we're here. Yep, my pleasure, Phil. And so now you're going to get to see that on the left side of the screen, you're going to see all the data that was outputted by that form, right? We have a requester email, name, department, need by date, all this fun stuff right here. So now what we're going to do is, all right, watch very carefully because inevitably this throws everyone off. I can almost promise you, it throws everyone off. To be able to map in individual values that make up our purchase request, what we need to do is we need to click on the unknown and select build data. Again, to get all of the properties that make up a purchase request, we're going to left click unknown and click build data. The reason why is because a lot of people will say, hey, I don't have all the fields, but I have my extension data. So the reason why is because you need to build the data and then pass it through. All right. Once everyone has built the data, let me know, because then we'll start mapping. I want to make sure we all got that part. We went to extension data, so I'm going to clear mine. We went to extension data, we left click this, and we build data. All right, looks like everyone's there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to map like fields into our data structure. So right here I have requester email. I'm going to left click this row and see I have this line. I'm going to map it to requester email. And I'm going to do the same thing with name, map it to requester name. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to continue from whatever's on the left side of my screen here. I'm going to map it to the corresponding field on the right side. So my department is going to be put here to department. My item name is going to go to item name. Need by date is going to go to need by date. Quantity is going to go to quantity. Price per item is going to go to price per item. Total is going to go to total. And I believe that's all the fields we need to map like this. Now, another thing that gets people, if you click X over here, you have terminated all your mappings. So when you're done, you're going to want to click OK, because if you click X, again, it's not going to save your mappings. That also catches people. People say, hey, I did my mappings and I don't know where it's at. I can't see it. Well, you have to make sure you click OK on the bottom right once you got it mapped. If you didn't, then you're going to have to remap it all and do this. Again, like I just did. Department, item name, quantity, price per item, total. What am I doing? I'm missing something. Need by date. Need by date to need by date. There we go. All right. Now I got my mappings. By the flow prefix. Ah, that's okay. We'll fix that later. We actually have to change that, Trevor, so that's fine. Yep, we haven't gotten to that part, Gina. We're gonna get to that. If you want to delete a mapping, if you hover your mouse over the line, you'll see that you have the trash can here. Or depending on what version you guys are in, I know in my version I have the most recent version, so I can do that. What I have to do, if you want to clear a mapping, just hit the blue text over here and say clear, and then it will disconnect that mapping for you. So that's an easy way to do that. Cool, Trevor. Alrighty. So now the next thing that we're going to configure is we're going to configure the prefix that everyone was mentioning a little earlier. How we configure the prefix is we hover our mouse over this blue button here, and we're going to set it to constant. And then notice that I have my constant here. If you're running an older version, you're going to have the constant appear to the left side. And then what you can do is type PR. And then now you can see that this has a constant value selected here. So go ahead and do that much. You just, for low prefix, set this blue thing to constant and set it to PR. So let me know when you guys have configured the flow prefix. Sweet. Awesome. We're going to do the same thing with the folder description. We're going to set it to a constant, and you can type whatever you want. I'm just going to type purchase request for mine. Purchase request for the folder description by just setting that as a constant. Same thing we did with the flow prefix, except instead of typing PR, we're going to do purchase request. And once we've got that much, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to merge plain text editor. Notice that we'll have the editor appear here, or yours might appear to the left, depending on what your version is. And then you're going to show the editor. And then all you're going to do is give it a name of requester name and item name. So we're going to do requester name here. I'm going to do space, hyphen space, and then item name here. And then I'm just going to hit save. All right, go ahead and do that. Let me know when you guys have finished configuring all the input mappings here. Of course, I can show the text editor again. Text editor, all I did was right here on the blue text, I said merge plain text. And when I did that, I have the ability to go to the show editor here. And all I did was I left click, dragged requester name, placed it here. I typed on my space bar, hyphen space, and then I left click, drag the item name from this menu here and placed it into the canvas there. Yep, my pleasure. The flow value prefix is going to be the like prefix number attached to the flow. So like when we run this process, it's going to say, we say switch to PR because it's going to be purchase request. So basically it's going to be PR001. It's going to be the unique identifier essentially we're configuring. So it's like PR001, PR002, PR003. By default, it's always WF workflow. And so to make, and we always advise as a best practice, you make the prefix reflective of what type of data that it's actually going to be storing. So that's why in this case, we switched it to PR instead of WF. Yep. All right, so I assume we're all good. Now remember, what we need to do is before, do not click on the X because then we'll remove everything. Go to the bottom right of your screen and click OK. Once you do that, you can click off and on, and you'll see that, hey, we have our process configure. I set a process folder. Configured. The reason why mine has a yellow one is because I created a purchase request PR prefix earlier. So that's why it's yelling at me. Yours might yell at you. If it does, don't worry about it. It's fine if it's just a yellow warning. All right, now what you can do is you can debug your process and you can see your records. So I'm going to start my debugger. Oh, I have a gorgeous green form, guys. I just love this form. Look at this thing. Like it's so green. It's amazing. It's so green. Item name. Let's say I want a green machine. I want 3 of those. My price per item is gonna be 45. And let's say I didn't configure. No, I'm gonna make this easier. I didn't configure my active form flow, so that's why yours will probably work better than mine. Let's see. So it's gonna be $1,200. My email is gonna be jared@greenmachine.com. I'm gonna submit it. And so now we have our set of process folder that's been created. So now if I exit out of the debugger and I go to my JR purchase requests folder, which would be located, let me move my rules to my rules folder so that it's nice and neat and organized. All purchase request rules. Manage, move to all purchase request rules, move. All right. And then if I go to my data structures folder, right, and I go back to my and I go to my purchase request folder right here, left click it here, and you'll see it disappeared and does not exist. So let me go ahead and let me make sure that I configured my flow correctly. I'll try this again. I want to do some test data. I really liked my scenario. Why is it not creating? I think I got to delete that one. Oh, it's not this one. I'm going to change my prefix. I wonder if that's getting in the way of it. Purchase request file. I don't think it should be. So I'm going to say this is JR. Oops. Oh my goodness. I'm going to throw my mouse across the screen. JRPR. Save this. Now let me debug this. And debug. We're going to try this. Jared at greenmachine.com. 21. Stop. Oh, no, green machine. That's what I want. Green machine. Quantity of 2, 400, and 800. Submit. Perfect. All right. So now, if I go back in my data structures, I should have it here. Maybe it's not. I don't think I selected the right folder. Hold on a second, guys. JR purchase request. I think I got the right one. Data structures. Oh, I did not select the right folder. That's why. Phil, if yours says your approver table has an error and specified registration not found, that means you need to repick it. So you'd have to go back and pick that truth table again. So yeah, so I think I accidentally picked the wrong folder. Oh, I know, right? I was putting it here. Haha. I was putting it here in my designer folder. See, I got green machine all over here. I just didn't pick the. So let me recreate this. Set the name to purchase JR. So I did purchase request data. There we go. That's what I want to do. Because now I should be able to find it easily. And now I have these records here that I have to, unfortunately. I'm going to move out multi-select. You won't need to do this because you probably saved it in your own folder. Move to JR request data. And there we go. Now it's better. Haha, there's where all my data is. Any other questions? Were people able to see their data? So I have 2 green machine records. And then I have a test, e-test. Sweet. Trevor was able to see it. Anyone else? Awesome. All right, so now we're going to do the last thing for the process tracking class. And then what we're going to do, the last thing for our process tracking class is we're going to change our flow into different states. I like the crab. Is that a crab or is it an alien? No, I like the alien. That is super cool. I initially thought it was a crab because it looked like the 2 hands up above were claws, but no, it's a really cool alien. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do, nice pumpkin. It's an alien crab. I like it. Combine both of them. And Isabella's got a nice cool pumpkin in the Halloween spirit. I love it. All right. So the last thing we're going to do before we take just about a little 15-minute break to kind of stretch our legs, or a couple of break before 11, is we're going to create some set states. So what we're going to do, turn with me to page 60, no, 50, page 60. Or really end of page 59. right here, is now what we're going to do is we're going to use a step called the set state step, and that's going to allow us to change the different state of the process view panel of our records. So now what we're going to do is add a set state on the truth path coming from the auto approve, so right here, and then we're going to add a set state on the false path after the truth table. So what is that going to look like? So we're going to do this. So I'm going to move this out of the way. We're going to go back to your flows folder, purchase request flow, and then we're going to type set state. And we're going to use this one right here. We're going to drag 2 of those. We're going to put one over here. And then we're going to put another one over here. So it's going to be called, this one's going to be called set state auto approve. And this one's going to be called set state. Oh, wait a minute. Where does it go? Yep. OK, that is right. Set state pending. I just had to reference my click through. I'm going to do those 2 things. So do what I just did. Grab your 2 set state steps, label the one on the true path of the auto approve rule to set state auto approve, and then label the one after the truth table to set state pending. Go ahead and do that and let me know when you guys got that. Ooh, I like the, looks like a sea serpent or a dragon. That's a really cool emoji. I did not know Zoom had all these cool icons. That is super cool. Wow. All right, everyone have those 2 set state steps. We haven't configured, it's going to have red exclamation points because we haven't configured the input yet. All I want you to do is just put them on those locations right here. Race car. Chris asks, why do your rules have bracketed type before the name and mine don't? Is that a display setting? That's because I didn't rename it. So because I use the pick rule, when I dragged over that step and then I picked my rule, it automatically adds that bracket. So I can easily change that by renaming it to auto approve and then changing this to assignee truth table. I just didn't, I was lazy and I didn't change the name of it. So yeah, that's all. But a good question. Are the parent folder columns customizable? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Alfred. Parent folder columns. I know if this is your question, I know later on in the reports class, we can talk about how you can change the column names of your data to be a different name so that it's more reflective and more communicative to the end user. So if that's what you're referring to, yes, we'll be doing that. That'll be in a later class. If that's not what you're referring to, then just rephrase your question. This is the normal folder we created to store. So if you want to change the name of your normal folder, you can. There's nothing that says you couldn't, if that's all it is. The normal folder that we're storing all of the process folders are in is not a process folder. It's just a normal folder that we're using to house, like a briefcase, we're using to house the records. So all it is just a folder, and you can rename it if you want. That's fine. All right, so we should already have these 2 steps on our process. So what we're going to do is on the set state auto approve step, or your set state on set state that's after the rule, we're going to set this to a constant, and we're going to say this is auto approve like this. And then on the set state pending, we're gonna say pending, call this pending review. That's it. We just add the text, the constant text right here. And then all you have to do is debug your process. And I'm gonna say this is Brian Phillips. He is, we'll say he's with sales right now. And we'll say that his email is brian@phillips.com. The item he wants is an Iron Man suit. And he wants one of those. It's kind of expensive. It's about $15,000. So I don't know if Bob will approve that, but we'll find out. So I'm gonna send this, and look, I got auto approved. So now when I go into that record, so if I save and close this and go back to my folder, so my purchase request data folder, and I have Brian Phillips Ironman suit, when I left click this and go into it, notice that I'll have this new header called auto approve. And if you want your record to go through the other path, you'll have to make sure that in your auto approve rule that you trigger it to run false to have the other set state displayed here. All right, was everyone able to create their own record and have it change a state and confirm that the state was changed? Awesome. Yes. Penguin, I love it. Mushroom, perfect. How do you view the process history and collaboration? Great question, Jocelyn. So whenever you create these records in your data folder, all of these records here are folders. So just like you left click into a different part of decisions on the folder tree, when I go into my data folder, I can left click any one of these records and it goes into the process history and collaboration and shows me this panel right here. So you just left click on any one of those records and you'll be able to see it. Yep, my pleasure. All righty, I will presume that everyone's all good to go on that. The next thing that we have, let's see, wait, we have a question. Yeah, you can be able to change those names if you want. We'll show you that in the report designer, Alfred. That's where you can create an alias and do something that way and change it. Sure, I can show you again. So all I did, share my screen. All I did was I went into my flows, purchase request flow. I gave this a constant value of auto approve. I gave this a constant value of pending. Then I debugged my flow to create a record. And once I debugged my flow to create a record, I went to the folder where I'm storing those records. And then I left clicked that particular record to see the details contained there within. Screen like which one's like this? You're talking about your flow, talking about your folder. Which part are you referring to, Trevor? Isn't that appearing for you? So basically you're saying you're going to here, you see your records. Are you able to left click on these records? And does it take you into the process view panel here? I know another way you can do it is if the left click doesn't work, you can go to manage and you can say, let's see, open, and you can say open process data view. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There's another way you can do it. Open process view. You can do it that way. And that may be, so you can see that. There you go, do it that way. Now, I'll let you know in an actual environment, if your left click isn't working for some reason, that's something weird I may have Eric take a look at that. We've had some people experience that, and it's not a typical behavior. But in normal decisions, how it works is you can just left click it. But as a workaround for right now, you can just right click open and do it that way, just so you can experience what it's like to see a process view page. All right, everyone. I'm going to assume that we're all good. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we begin our assignments class. It should only take about 30 minutes. Let's see. Actually, hold on. Let me look at my agenda. Three assignments. Yep, we'll do our assignments class at 11. So yep, take a 5-minute break. And we can do it that way. So go ahead, take a 5-minute break. I'm going to pause the recording, stay on the line. And then we will begin our discussion over tasks and assignments in decisions. So share my screen. Put this here. And assignments. So we have all created forms. We've designed a form for our process. Now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a different form type called the assignment form. This is the form that you can use in the middle of your process, because what it does is it helps you pause the workflow and wait till a user works a task. But if they close that task, it won't terminate your entire process. So that's why if you want some type of user UI experience in the middle of your process to, give someone something to review or whatever the case may be, you can utilize the decisions assignment. And all a decision assignment is, it's just a form step. Now, I'm actually going to link you guys a document, because this document is just super helpful in understanding how decisions assignments works. It's one of our core base features in the tool, assignments overview. So let's see, about assignments, that's what it's called, about assignments. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, no, this is the one I'm looking for. They just kind of updated it. Okay, perfect. Haha. I'm going to share this document in the chat. So in the Zoom chat, I will put that there. This is a really good document to read to understand what the basic overview of the assignments are and how you can use them. So I'm going to go through a lot of these things that this document talks about, but just keep this in your back pocket, because when you design your own processes or flows and you want to give someone a task to work on, this is the way to do it. All right. So with that introduction, let's go ahead and let's just talk about the assignments. So assignments, there's a couple of different form types in the assignments, right? The first one that we talked about that we're all pretty much familiar with is the in session, right? The in session is the main data entry form that you give to a user at the start of a workflow process. And this is where, like we just did, when you submit a purchase request, we have to fill out our name, our email, and a bunch of other stuff, right? The date, the thing you want, all that stuff. That's an in session form. It's only alive for that current user session. And if they close it, or if they hit the outcome button, that form is gone. You cannot retrieve that form. It is nowhere, it's saved nowhere. So it's just gone. The data will proceed through when you click the outcome path, but the form itself, that session of that form does not exist anymore. So that's one. The second thing that we have is the assign form. And what the assign form does is, it's a lot different from the in session form, is it's database permanent. There's actually a database table where decisions is installed against called, I think it's called like dbo.entity_assignments. And in that database table, it stores all active and all completed assignments. So even if a user completes an assignment, that form, you can still retrieve that kind of interaction from that form. It's not gone. It is stored in that database table that a manager can review and retrieve for any metrics or data gathering that they would need. So that's a cool thing about that. The assigned form allows you to pick an email address or a group. So if I want to assign this to, let's see, Alfred, because I see your name in the chat. Let's say I want to assign a task to Alfred, right? I can put Alfred's email, which could be Alfred I'm going to say he works for Decisions now, Alfred@decisions.com, and I could send it to him there, and he can then work the assignment. Now, let's say I want to send it to the HR group, and I know Kristen, our director of HR, is on the call. I can send a task to the HR group, and because Kristen is in the HR team, she would get that task. So I'm able to be flexible and do that both ways. I can do it specifically by an email address, or I can do it specifically by an entire group of individuals that I want to send information and data to. So that's a way we can do that. That's the assigned section. Now we have another one called the named session. And what the named session allows you to do is it allows you to combine kind of a unique identifier to an email address that can be used for API calls, so you can work an assignment via an API, or give a user access to an assignment via a named session. That one, it works very similarly to just the assigned point that we talked about in the upper right. It's just you're using that session value instead of their actual email address. That helps for security purposes when you're kind of passing things over the wire. Instead of using clear text, you're now using a name session that represents someone's email address. So that's why some people may use the name session over others instead of just using the assigned portion. Alrighty. Now, then the final one we'll talk about is the guest account. Let's say you have a process that you want someone to work an assignment, but they are not in your organization. They have no affiliation with your organization in a direct capacity, but let's say they are a customer of your organization. And you don't want them to have to log into your main system for security purposes. What you want them to do is just to have access to that form, complete the form, and then that's it. Well, that is the exact same use case that our guest account serves. So we actually have a customer that does this. We have a customer that what they do is they actually have to give an assignment to their own customers to fill out what they need for different pieces of data. And so what they do is they'll use the guest account and assign someone a URL link to that own customer. And the customer just clicks on that URL link, gets access to that assignment, has no idea they're using decisions. All they do is they click on a link and they see a form, and then they fill it out. So the guest account allows users to be able to fulfill and work assignments without having to log into the decision system. Like I said, they don't even know that they're using decisions. All they know is, hey, I got this link from, I got this link that I need to fill out, and so I'm going to fill this out. So that's the 4 ways and the 4 types of ways you can use assignments and decisions. Now, any comments or questions, or before we go on, any comments or questions over these form types? All right, makes sense, clear as mud. Let's continue on to then the assignment settings. All right, so there's a couple of assignment settings that we want to talk about that will be very important for you to be aware of when you interface with that. First one being is the assign to. We mentioned it a little bit in the previous slide. You can assign to a specific account. You can assign to a specific group of accounts. You can assign, in any number of ways. You can also dynamically assign, which we will show you how to do. The second thing you can do is you can also configure email responses. So let's say we have you have a employee that's constantly on the go due to their job function, and you need them to be able to work an assignment, but they don't have time to log into a portal and do all that hubbub. You just want them to click on a link for yes or click on a link for no for denial, and then they can go on their merry way after reviewing that email. You can do that. That's called an email response in decisions. You can also use assignments as a way of setting up hierarchy of priority of tasks that need to be worked first. So this is actually a huge reason why decisions, we actually have our entire support team, if you ever interface with them, they actually use decisions for our ticketing system. And they use the ticket is just a decisions assignment that has a priority. So if you as a customer email us and saying, hey, your prod server's down, and you email critical@decisions.com, what that does is it generates an assignment with the critical priority to our support team, and they contact you as soon as possible, pretty much immediately, so they can get your issue fixed. Now, if it's just a general inquiry of, hey, how do I do this in decisions, and it's not an urgent matter, then it will be assigned a normal priority. and it would just be in the typical queue, and they would pick it up as they go along. So that's why the priority is used. It's very important to be able to give someone a way to, here's how your tasks are structured, and here's the ones that should be worked first or afterwards. You can also define different action outcome paths. So when we create our approval form, what we can do is we can give it an approve or deny outcome. And as we talked about in our forms class, when you add multiple actionable outcome buttons, you have 2 branching paths. Well, with that, I can say, hey, if I want to approve this, I'm going to go down this path. If I want to deny this, I'll go down this other path. Alrighty. Now, remember how we said that assignments are permanent. They will continue to exist. And when I have an add task step to my flow, it will pause the flow indefinitely, and it will stay there permanently until the expected actual outcome has occurred on the process. Now, this is a great thing, but it can be a bad thing, because let's say after a certain amount of time frame, we want that assignment to end to continue to the next part of the flow. Well, Decisions and our core devs have thought of that scenario, and they have built a couple of features to be able to allow designer users to either autocomplete the form, or let's say the needed information is no longer necessary and it's expired, you can set an expiration date on that form to where once it expires, it will continue the process or do whatever outcome you want. And both of them are available and optional. Alrighty, so those are the 5 way assignment settings that we're going to be aware of. Any comments or questions over these? Yes, you can set it, you can assign it to an individual, and you can also give it them the ability to use it as an email response. So basically in that scenario, what's happening is you're just giving people the capability to respond via email and also via decisions if they want to. You're not removing one or the other, you're just like giving it more capabilities. Yep. Alrighty. Escalation. I'm gonna finish the slide, and then everything we talked about on the slide, I'm gonna go into decisions and show you where to find it, so you can see how it interacts. So we also have escalations. So you can say that if an assignment is active for a certain amount of time, you can change the assignment state. And what the assignment state is used to do, it's used to like filter out which assignments are in a critical state. So similar to the priority, you can use this state field also to say, hey, when something needs to be worked. So an example of this is, let's say I have an assignment that started, and if it hasn't been worked in a day, I'm going to put it in the warrant state, right? Because it hasn't been completed. And let's say after that, I set up a late state where after 2 days, that the assignment is going to be late. So I'm able to configure those different states to say, hey, this is needed. And I can set up a worker queue priority and task list and say, hey, these are the SLA agreements that as a support team we need to keep, or as a mortgage loan underwriting we need to keep, or whatever the case may be. We can use those to trigger different things in the system to say, hey, work this assignment, it's going to hit warning, or hey, it's going to hit late. And so you can configure the assignment to change just the state, or you can have the assignment change the state and then like show a pop-up to that assigned user and say, hey, you're late. You didn't do this assignment. Why didn't you do the assignment? Or whatever you want. Okay. I think there's one more slide. Oh, cool. What does it look like in decisions? I didn't realize that I added all this stuff. So instead of, I can go through the slide and I'm just going to show you what I'm going to show. I'm actually just going to say we're done with the slides, and I'm going to show you this in decisions. You don't need to follow along with me. I'm just going to show you how these functions work. So I'm just going to I'm going to go into the base of operations. I'm actually going to delete all these designers so we can have a fresh look on things. And I'm going to show you all the features that we talked about. Delete everything. Perfect. Nice, it's all clean now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a flow, and this is going to be show off assignments flow. Okay. Now, the step that we use to create assignments is called the add task step. The add task step is very similar to the show form step in regard to that they're both forms. But as you can see, not only are the icon of the show form or the show form and the add task step are different, there's also different inputs. If the form assignment type is set to assigned, I have inputs to assign to a particular individual. I have inputs to give the assignment a name. And I also have an input to give the assignment action a name, which means like if I right click this, what is that action that's going to appear? Alrighty. Now the cool thing about this is, yep, you're just watching along. Don't build along with me yet. We'll get to that point in the click through, but not right now. So what we can do, this is a cool thing in decisions, is regardless of whether you click the add task step or the show form step, you can change them to be the other step. What does that mean? I'm going to show you. So let's say I want this add task step to be an in session form. What I can do is I can click this drop down list and say, hey, I want to make this an in session form. Notice how my add task step does not have the check marks like it did before. And I can do the same thing with the assignment step, the in session step. I can say, hey, I want the assignment type to be assigned, and then now it has the check marks, and I can have the appropriate inputs for that. So that's the thing to be aware of, is you can easily switch one or the other between the different types. Okay, so now I want to assign a task, and I'm going to open up my other browser because I want to show you the functionality of the tasks. Localhost. I'm doing this off screen. There we go, jared@decisions.com. I think I have myself as an account here. We'll find out shortly. I do not. All right, so let's do that. So before I show this off, I'm actually going to create another account. Again, you don't need to follow along with me. This is just to show you what it looks like. I don't have myself in my system. All right, let me create an account for me. jared@decisions.com. Password's going to be super simple. And I want to add this one to be the member of everything, administrators, designers, all users. Perfect. Great account. Awesome. Now I can log in. Okay, I'm going to my inbox. So now, okay, so now a big thing that you want to remember. So this is something to remember. Anytime you have any assignments, the default location for assignments is your inbox. This inbox is not an email inbox. If I email you, it's not going to pop in decisions right here. It is basically your assignment inbox. If I generate any assignments, they're going to pop up here where they can be worked. Okay, so I'm going to go back into my base of operations, show off my assignments flow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick my request form because I love my green form. And or hey, let's I can make this fancy. I'm going to pick my my financial, that's the data repeater, the financial plan, right? So I'm going to assign someone a task to create a financial plan for 2018. I'm sure anyone who's on a finance team is going to love this one because it's super cool. So I'm going to assign this to Jared Rodriguez. So jared@decisions.com. I did take an accounting class years ago. That was like in 2000. I forgot I don't remember what day it was. When I was in community college, I think it was like tax 101. I'm going to say create tax plan, which is probably not what it's going to look like. And then say create plan. All right, so I'm assigning an assignment to Jared, the tax person or finance person, to create a financial plan. So what that's going to look like is once I fill out all this information, notice this now is just a yellow warning. And now I can run a process, right? And so now what I'm going to do, which actually I think it's not going to, oh yes, here we go. Let me just create data. I'll make this new file data. I think many of you guys have seen this project. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this data file and I'm going to to have this new file here. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to debug this. And now what's going to happen is on my other browser here, I got a pop-up from the admin user saying, hey, I need to create tax plan for as a task. And so when I refresh this, notice I have the entity name create task plan in my inbox of the jared@decisions.com account. So what I can do is I can create plan, and then what I can do is, oh, don't run that way. Run, manage. I want it to run a different way. Add link. All right, I'll just create a plan. It'll be a little off of the UI because it's using the dialogue and not the whatever you call it, slider. So now I can create the plan, my date of a grant. I'm going to have the activity as long-term. Let's say I'm going to say this is, I don't know, 2016. Let's just do that, 2016. Options for the grant. I'm just going to put some values in here because I got to create this plan. 3,500, and then let's say I have a short-term plan, and this is 2017. This is, I don't know, putting values, and then let's say I have another long-term plan. I'm gonna put this here. This is going to be 2018. I'll put some values. Alrighty, so now I have these numbers here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to refresh this, and then now I'm going to generate my document. So I have now created this plan because I can see that I have a total of long-term plans. The net value is a total of 8666. I have a total short-term plan of 255. And now I've created the plan. I'm going to tell the admin user that I'm done with this. So I'm going to submit this. And when I submit this, I don't think I actually connected the done path. That's probably why it cannot find the outcome done scenario. Yeah, I think I didn't connect the path correctly. Well, it looks like it did. Oh, strange. All right, I can do the fancy example. Let me do the simple example. So I'm just gonna, yeah, I know. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna add a task, and I'll just make it a simple form. And it's just gonna be click me. And all I have to do is I'm gonna have a button to click me. That's it. Right? So the thing I want you to take away from this is, one, you define the inputs of the user here to assign the task with. You can give the assignment a name, do this, and then the assignment action name, review this. And then this flow stays paused permanently. So if I debug this, boom, this flow will stay paused permanently. It will not go to the next stage. It's going to wait and hang here. Now I'm going to complete the other assignment. And not until I run this. So let me, so I got this, did I pick the form? Edit, click me. Okay, got that. All right, let's try this again. I want to debug this. Again, assignment. And then I want to make sure, I don't know if I can, did I configure? Yeah, constant action name, clear. Test. I'm going to create a new flow. There's some, I might need to restart my environment. Show assignments. Add task. Jared@decisions.com. Test. Test. Pick this form, which will be the recent click me button. Debug this. Weird. Okay. So with that, I can be able to run the assignments. So I can think I have something interesting going on in my environment where my assignments aren't getting sent. So I'll probably refresh after the call. But what I can still show you is I can still show you some of the other relevant fields that are going to be important for you to know. So in the assignment setup, remember we talked about the escalations and all those things where you can add some of those settings where you can say, hey, if it hasn't been worked at this date, we're going to set this to expire or whatever the case may be. All that's going to be found on the assignment setup right here. Now, when we set up this assignment setup here, what we can do is we can say, hey, I want to dynamically assign someone an assignment. So let's say I want to build the array because it takes in a list of accounts. And then I want to select from flow. And in this case, I'm going to select the flow data and the current account. So now when I run this, what it's going to do is it's going to add a task, assign it to me. And so I can say, click me, click the click me button, and it goes through and runs and goes that way. So that's how that one works. If I want to assign someone dynamically, I have to go to assignment setup, and then it completes it for me. Now, when I scroll all the way down here, I have the options to set the priorities that we talked about earlier, or I can set the specify start dates, warn dates, late dates, and escalate dates here. And so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to change this. So I'm going to configure these features. So I'm going to have this assignment trigger into warn. I'm going to have this assignment trigger into late, and then have it can trigger into these two different states. All the other ones, once you see it work for these two, it behaves the same way for the other ones. So there's not too much to show after that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, I want to compute the date, and due to time constraints, I'm not going to make this too long, but let's say we'll stare longingly in each other's eyes for 10 seconds. I know it may seem a little awkward, but we'll be fine. We can get used to it. We're all computer nerds or number nerds and somehow, so we're used to being awkward. But anyway, so I'm going to set this to a constant, and I'm going to set this to 20 seconds. All right, and then I'm going to do done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to debug this, and we'll be able to see the assignment. So I'm going to refresh. And over here, you see the assignment state is current. Now, as we stare longingly in each other's eyes, look at that, 10 seconds passed, and now it's on the warn state. And now what we can do is I can refresh this again, and now it's in the late state. So now we can see that that this task is now in the warn state or late state, and that it can be worked from here. So now I'm just go ahead and complete this assignment. And so now that assignment is completed. Now we don't have to worry about it. And then it goes away from my inbox once I work on it. We have a question from Phil, says, can we set a time of day? So yeah, you can definitely do that. So if I go back into the assignment setup right here, I can say, let's see, you can specify a date in the future, whether you want it. I can say, hey, I want this to be triggered in 30 days, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, you can definitely set up a specific time. Another question from Alfred. If a user has tasks coming from different processes, for example, purchase requests, account setup, loan application, will it all store in the assignments inbox? That is correct. All assignments go in the assignment inbox, right? So in that scenario, what we can do is, remember when we said that decisions assignments are, let me go ahead. I want to log out of this. Log out. I'm actually going to log out of my system too. And then log back in. So remember when I said that assignments are what we call database stored, right? That's an important thing I want you to remember. The reason why is because when something is database stored in decisions, that translates to we can report on it. And what we can do is we can create a dashboard, which is another UI thing that Randy will talk about later, but I can create an individualized worker queue for that particular individual to work assignments from. And it's only going to show the assignments that are for a purchase request, for a loan application, or for an account setup. So you don't have to use the inbox. That's just the default location. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to make sure, I'm actually going to delete this entire process, delete this folder. That's fine. And then what I'm going to do is let's create a whole new folder. I'm going to call this assignments. Come back. I'll say admin. And then let me log out of this one. I think I know what the issue was. And then what I'm going to do is my Epic privacy browser. Okay, localhost. I'll do this Jared at decisions.com and then my password. So what I'm demonstrating right now is I'm going to show how we can set up an individual work queue. So in my folder, my new folder called, let's see, assignments. Oh yeah. I'm going to create a flow, generate assignments, and I'm going to generate a series of assignments. Add task. I'm going to assign this to Jared at decisions.com. It's all going to say do work and do this now. I'm going to pick the form. It's going to be a simple form, the click me form. Oh, actually, I have to create the click me form because I deleted the click me form. Create new, click the button. Save, close, add this here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a series of assignments. So I'm just going to let me not debug it. Close and save. I'm actually going to run this form. So run. Okay. So now Jared at decisions.com has several do work tasks that you can find here where I can do this now and I can actually right click, review the task and do it. And then it will disappear from my menu here. But let's say, like Alfred pointed out, that all these tasks are going to be sent to my inbox. And let's say they're different types of things that I need to do. How do I segregate these things so that they're organized so I know I'm only doing tasks that are relevant for a specific process? Well, that's what we do. We do something called, we create an assignment work queue. How do we do that? Well, we first create a report, and now we're going to get to this. You don't know this, but we'll talk about creating reports. Randy will talk about it. But I just want to demonstrate the great question that Alfred asked. So I would say, Jared, create Jared's work queue, right? And then what I can do is, since it's database stored, remember, I can report on the assignment data source. And in the assignment data source, I can grab the entity name, which is the name of the request, when it was, who created it, when it was created on, and is it completed, right? True or false. Now notice already I'm getting all the assignments that are in my decision system, every one of the assignments in my decision system, right? So this is not very helpful because I don't want to see everyone else's assignment. I just want to see the ones that are relevant to me. So how would I do that? Well, there are some filters that we can apply. We can say, hey, I want to only see the assignment filters that are assigned to me. So that will only show ones that are assigned to the particular user running. Now, the reason why you can see assignments here, but you can't see assignments here is because this browser is logged in as the admin user who has no assignments. This browser is logged in as Jared, which has assignments. So what that means is I'm going to save this. And then I'm going to create a really quick dashboard. And don't worry, we'll talk about how to create dashboards in the class later this evening. I'm going to call this Jared's work. I'm going to create a report viewer. We'll talk about what all these steps are. And so now what I'm going to do is now I'm going to add this, the assignments as, I'm going to add this page to this folder to make a dashboard, at page/dashboard, Jared's work, or Jared work, save. And then now on my screen right here, I can go to my assignments. Oh yeah. And now I have a dashboard called Jared's work, and I can work the assignment just like I could on the inbox. And if I need to, I can put more filters on this to parameterize it to where I only see the tasks for the account setup, the tasks for the loan application, the tasks for the purchase request, right? That's how we would solve that problem. And so you don't have to, and so you won't get all the assignments mixed together. You can just organize it and filter it out based on the ones you want to display. And then I can do my work. So I'm gonna click a button. I refresh this, it goes away. I do my work. I refresh this, I'm gonna do my work. Button, refresh this. I'm gonna do this, button, refresh this. Button, refresh this. I can do this, button, refresh this. So now I have successfully completed all my work. So I'm going to clock out for the day because I have completed all my tasks. You can let Brian and Eric know that I have finished all my assignments in my assignments oh yeah task inbox. So that's how you work. All righty. Any comments or questions over assignments? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that's a great one. Let me show you how to do that. Yes, you can assign another user a task via escalation. Man, I can't say that word right now. So if I go into my list view to see all the different, like my generate assignments flow, and let's say this loads, and then I can create a flow. All by myself. I've been here waiting for you for 1,000 years. Okay, let's see. Let's refresh this. Yes, break the lock. Do I have it open on the other browser? No, I don't. Oh, I do. I okay. Nope, that wasn't decisions. I did some. That wasn't me. Okay, I know what I did. So on this browser, generate the assignments. Yes, break the lock. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. So Shahrazad asked, can you assign another user task via escalation? Yes, you can. So how we set that up is we use the assignment setup edit here. And then what we can do is we can say specify escalation date. Very similar to what we just did in the last, in the warning and the late, right? But what I'm going to do is once I configure this, I'm going to compute this date. And in 15 seconds, what's going to happen is, I'm going to say, I'm going to run an escalate flow. And I can say, I want this to, you can do a shared or private flow, which just means whether one, you can search for one in the portal or not. I'm going to do a private flow. And then I can say, hey, what I want to do is I want to change the assignment. So if I just do, let's see, Data Explorer, notice I have the assignment right here, and I have the assigned groups or assigned users. So what I would do is I would just say, hey, I want to assign. So let me just do a quick create data step toolbox, create data, add this here. And I would say new assignee, which would be a string. And then what I would do is I would say, hey, I'm gonna say this is going to be the admin at decisions.com. Boom. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to say, hey, let me output this data. And I'm going to change the assigned users. Let me do this. I'll say add item to list. I would combine it with an add item to list step, a little bit more of an advanced question. And then I would say, hey, with this new item coming from the new assignee, I want to add it to the original list of the assigned user groups right here. And then I would tell decisions to change the value of that assigned users. Assign users, change value, pick, and then make sure I re-reference that assigned user. A little bit of an advanced thing, but yes, you can do that. And that's how you would do that. So assign users. And so this form would say, hey, give it the admin user the ability to then work this assignment. Asha asked, if I have multiple buttons on a form, how to define which button should be considered as completion of this assignment? Example, buttons on the form, submit, save for later, cancel. So the answer to your question, Asha, is all outcome buttons will be set as completion of the assignment. Anytime we have an actionable outcome button, no matter which one you save or which one you choose, it's always going to be selected as a completion of the assignment. So that's how that would work. All right. 2 more questions. All right. Yeah, my pleasure. So what would happen is it would still leave it. How I've have it set up is it would still leave that original assignee. Let's go ahead and let's just run this flow and see how it works. If not, I can debug or troubleshoot it. So I'm going to debug this. So now Jared gets his assignment right here. So that's this assignment right here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for 15 seconds and wait till it gets escalated. So now it's escalated. So now if I go back into my decisions environment, wrong decisions environment, hello host, I should be able to see this in my inbox. And you can assign it that way. So I need to configure this more, but that is how you would do it. You would have to say, hey, let me remove it. You have to remove the assignment from that user and then reassign it to that new user that you want via that escalate start flow. But that's where you configure it. I can create a tiny example and show you and send it to you if you want. I can upload it in the decisions Basecamp. And once I troubleshoot and design the flow more accurately. Yeah. Any other questions? Alrighty, I think what's next? Now what we need to do is on day 3, so that was assignments and tasks in decisions. So now what we're gonna do is let's open up our click-throughs and let's create an assignment. Oh, we have a question. Email response, can you show us an email response? Yeah, I believe I can. Screen 2, or actually I may not be able to. I can show you where I can configure it. The reason why I can't is because my local server is not connected to an email server, but I'll show you where you'd configure it, Alfred. So where we would configure it, this is the wrong screen. Screen 3, share this one. So where we would configure the email handling is you would click on the step right here. And then what you would do is you would say, hey, let me go to the email section on the bottom here. And then instead of the email handling, response handling to none, you would set it to email responses. And then you can configure the response that you'd want for that email handling. Again, I won't be able to show it too much because I don't have an email server, but I can show this much. So when I configure the email responses, I want to say the outcome path would be deny. And then let's say someone could send text responses. So like, no way, no, not happening, or whatever. So these are alternative responses they can just type in the email if they wanted to. And I would do the same thing with the approve. So I can say, hey, in the acceptable alternative responses, I can say, do it, yep, you got it. Good to me, whatever we want to say in that part. And that allows people to set that up. After we set that up, the next thing we would do is we can configure the suggested handling. So this is the actual content of the email that's going to be sent. And what I can do is, instead of giving people, like allowing people to type in that text, I can say I want to mail the link to the denial response. So I can say, if you want to deny, click this link here. And then I could say, if you want to approve, click this link and then enter. Nope, that's the link for the deny. I want to enter. And then I would use the link for the approval. And so that's a simple way, and I can put all the details of the request in here. So I'd put in the data of what is being assigned and all that stuff. And then they could just click on their email right here. So that's where you set up. And you will have to make sure that once you define these paths, it branches off as new ways that your flow can run. So you're going to make sure that on that assignment path that you set up the connectors to go to a specific part of the flow or wherever you need it to. So if you have a deny process that's going to run, you want to send that to the deny process. If you have an approval process, then you want to set that to the approval process. And that's how you would set that through there. Alrighty, any other questions? Actually, before we begin, so go ahead and go open up your click-through. I actually want to check. I think there's an example lab of changing assignees. Escalation assignees. That's just expiring assignments. We don't have one. I can build one. I'll build one for you. All right. Let's go ahead and switch over to our click-through. So go ahead and open to page. Trying to think where we're at. Page 61, where it says assignment. So we're going to be over here on page 61, and we're going to start on this bullet point. So let me know when you guys have navigated to that section of the click-through, and then we'll begin. Sure, we can take a 10-minute break. All right, y'all, take 10. Stretch your legs, go to the restroom, do what you need to do, and then we'll begin. So take a 10-minute break, and then we'll begin. Let me pause the recording. Start the recording. Perfect. Our recording is in progress, as Zoom has informed me. And now what we're going to do is we're going to build some assignments in our project. So let me share my screen again. And I'm going to wait till everyone confirms for me that you are at page 61 of the click-through. And you can see in the purchase request flow, the first bullet point where we will, do work. Awesome. Okay. Now let me resolve this. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do, hey, cat with hearts. I love it. Love it, Colleen. The first thing we're going to do, it says in our purchase request flow, use the plus icon on the path coming from the pending approval set state step and add a task, should be a task, from the quick add window under the favorites. So you can do it this way. That's not my way. I like the other way, but that way works. So I'm going to, let me switch. I'm going to switch screens. I have too many screens running, guys. Hold on. I'm a huge fan of multi-monitor setups, but sometimes it's kind of like, it can get messy very quick. Another time I'll tell you about my 6-monitor setup where it looked like I was running the matrix. But anyway, so we're going to go to our purchase request flow. And so we're going to open our project, go to flows, open your purchase request flow. That's the first part of it. After we do that, what we're going to do is on the set state pending or set state to pending, we're going to hover over that line and hit the plus sign here. And when we do that, we're going to select an add task step. So after we select an add task step, or we're going to, left click it and then just click add right here. And then we should get a task right after this step here. All righty, that's what it should look like for right now. I'm gonna move my end step above for right now. All right, so go ahead and do that much step. Add an add task step. We did not configure anything on the add task step. We merely just added it to our canvas. So go ahead and do that much and let me know when you got it by showing a like, an emoji, or whatever you want to type in. All righty. That's good, looks good, that's good. I like the clown. Okay, so after we add the add task step, what we're going to do is now we need to create the form, but we already have a form that we have created. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we're not going to create another form, but we're going to copy our initial form that we display here. And we're just going to make that form and add task step. Now, but what we have to do is we need to copy the form first because there's a couple of things that we need to adjust on this form. So what we're going to do is we're going to close the flow designer. So close and save this and just go to your forms folder for me right here. Do that much and let me know when you're in the forms folder, and then we will begin. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Rock on, love it. Okay. So now what we can do is instead of creating an entirely new form, we can save us some time by actually copying our initial form. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click this form, and there is edit form, and then there's also an edit category. We want to go to the edit category and click copy form. That's what we want to do. And in this copy form, we're actually going to rename this form to the JR purchase request approval form. So go ahead and do that much and then click create. When you click create, it's going to navigate you into the form designer. And once you're in the form designer, wait there. I'm going to pause here and wait till everyone catches up and says that they are all set up. Sweet. Like the halo, like the okay. All right. So once we got this much, when we've copied our form, we have it all set up. Now we can click the create to go into the flow designer. And there's a couple of things that you guys will have to do. So in our form designer, you'll have to go to your active form flows and you'll need to delete your active form flows like I have done here, where, or actually I never had any to begin with because I didn't configure that. So what you're going to do is you're going to delete these active form flows. Now, you may be asking, won't that delete the active form flows for your in-session form at the beginning? No, it won't. That's why we copied the form, because when we copied the form, we have an exact facsimile of the original form, but any edits we make to the copy will not be transferred to the initial form that we have copied. So that's the whole goal there. So that's why we didn't have to delete it. It did not get carried over in the copy. Well, if it didn't get carried over in the copy, then you are good. You don't have to worry about deleting it. Everyone else, if you have your active form flows, make sure you delete yours. The reason why mine didn't get carried over is because I didn't create any to begin with. Let me know when you guys have deleted those active form flows and you hit save on your form. Awesome. So now after we've deleted those active form flows, the second thing we need to do is we need to change these outcome buttons here. So instead of it being submit, we need to say that this is approve and this is deny. So what we're going to do is I'm going to left click this button. I'm going to say that it is the approve button. And I'll say this is approve button. I'm going to drag another button over here, and this is going to be the deny button. Deny. I cannot spell. Deny. There we go. Whew. There we go. Finally. So that's the thing we're going to do. So now after you've removed your active form flows, then go ahead and rename this button from submit to approve, and then add another outcome button called deny. Once you've done that, go ahead and save. And so this is what your form should look like. And before we leave this form, there's one more thing that we need to do. Yes, I can show that again. So all I did is I just left clicked my button. I renamed it to approve, and then I dragged another button over, and then I called it deny. And that's all I did. And then I hit save. Let me know when you guys are all here. You should have at this section just two buttons on the bottom of your form that say deny and approve. And then you should have no active form flows on your approval form. You can change the color of the buttons by left clicking it and expanding view and then checking the override background color. So if you want to do that design thing, you can. So now the last thing we need to do before this form is, as watch very closely on my screen, I'm going to hold my control keyboard. I'm going to hold the control key on my keyboard as I left click these text boxes and these form controls here. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to select and get all the properties of those text boxes and the drop-down list, the date picker, and all those form controls. Now what I can do is I can uncheck initially enabled because I want this to be a read-only form to the manager. I don't want them to be able to edit it. So that was me holding control on my keyboard and left-clicking the text boxes, the drop-down list, the date picker, the text box, the number spinner, the number boxes, and then unchecking initially enabled. So go ahead and do that much. Let me know when you completed that. I'm going to hit save on my form, and let me know when you have made all of those controls and disabled. Awesome. We had a question come in. If you're getting current date time, make sure that you, because I think, which one did you pick? Date. Let's see. This one initially. It doesn't. Okay, I thought one of them did. So you'd want to make sure that you don't have anything checked on the need by date. Make sure that it doesn't have the process set to automatically input a data. Because that's what it looks like your process is doing, Deepak, where it's just saying, hey, display the current date time on the inputs of the form. So you would have to edit, we'll have to edit the form in the flow designer, which I'll show when we get to that point. And also, if you picked a date time picker, if that's the control you pick, that's the wrong control. We want a date picker. And I think the date time picker auto populates, but the date picker doesn't. So the easy fix is just switch to a date picker. All right, so I think we're all there. Okay, so once we're here, we can then save and close. We're done with this form. Now we can navigate back to the flows designer right here, the purchase request flow, and then we can pick this form. So go ahead, switch back into the flow designer. For me, once you're in the flow designer, pick the form, pick create form, and pick the existing form, and this will be the auto approve form. So go to your flow, make sure you click on this step, click on pick create form here, and then the one you're going to want to select is your approval form, and that should be named by your initials, purchase request approval form. Sounds good. All right. So I believe the click through, not the click through, the recording for yesterday should already be uploaded, so it should be there right now. You can go access it right now and watch it. Yeah, the recording is already up there. I just confirmed with my senior director of training. All right. Has everyone picked your approval form on your add task step? I think we have one okay, so I might wait till we get a couple more or some emojis. I just want to make sure that I didn't lose people from switching from the form designer to the flow designer. All right, perfect. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to clear out my doodles. Left click, and then I can move this. So I'm going to select pick. So now when you select your form, you should notice you should have two paths, right? You should have an approve and a deny path, because that's what the outcome buttons that we configured on this process to be. That there's this approve and there's this deny. So what that means is we're going to have to grab two more set state steps like we did in the previous class. We grabbed a set state, put one here, and a set state, and put one below here. And then I'm going to move this beyond. And then so on the approver is going to go to this one, and the denier is going to go to this one. And we're going to say, this is going to be the set state approved. So set state approved, or wait, I'm sorry, no, this is going to be approved. We're going to name the step set state approved, constant deny. This one's going to be set state denied. And then we're just going to connect this to the end step. Boom. No, just go to the end step. There we go. Go to the end step. Perfect. I'll just move the lines around. All right, so do this much. Alrighty. Everyone good at this part? Your flow looks like this. You have the add task step, which still has an error on it. You've added 2 more set state steps right here. Name them set state denied and the other set state approved, and given them the state of approved and denied, or this should be denied. Dinosaur. Okay, good. We're gonna have by the end of this class, we're gonna have our own language of emojis, where we will just send us an emoji that represents like, a word or something for each letter, and then we can just communicate in that language. So it'd be like the emoji language. All right. So I'm gonna assume with the dinosaurs and all the other different chats that we're good. Oh yeah, look, and we got fireworks. Love it. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to our add task step. And now remember how you guys have an assignee that outputs from this table. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the assignment setup. So I have to configure mine because I didn't really configure mine all the way. So I'm just going to say this is true, and I'm going to output an account. This part you guys don't have to do because you already did it. I have to do this because I don't have an account. And I'm just going to say, choose it. Come on. Admin, define, close. There you go. And then admin. Condition user count is you don't need to do this, guys. This is just me trying to set up a rule so I can output something. All right, perfect. Save. All right, so now what you guys can do, I love the alien. What you guys can do is we're going to make sure I say return only true result, is we're going to hit assignment setup right here. So this is where we want to click. We want to click assignment setup right here, click edit. This is the part that catches everyone, so watch very closely. So what we're going to do is we're going to build the array right here, hit null and hit build the array. And then in item 0 of the array, we're going to click the unknown. I'm going to click select from flow, and then I'm going to select the result right here and click done. And then done. So now I've dynamically assigned a particular user, based on whatever that account is. On the assignment, let me make sure I'm following the click through. I think that's it. Copy form, we did that. Proven denied, did that. Did that. I think we this event. Yeah, that maps automatically. We did that. Ooh, cool fun fact. That's really cool. Sure, yeah. So on our add task step, we're going to edit, build the array. So select this, build the array. Then you're going to get item 0, and we're going to select from flow from item 0, and you're going to grab your result. The result is the data field that you want. And that's what it should look like, at least for this portion. Let me know when you got that much done. Did it give you an error? Let me see. I didn't see the error. Let's see. If it does give you an error, then all you have to do is when I go to the result, notice that I have an email address right here in the field for the account. So I can easily specify even further result.email address to give it just a string. And then it will just be a string type. And then you'll be fine. That'll be a way to relieve that error if it's being particular that it can't be an account. So again, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna hit result. And then after I hit result for the account, I'm gonna scroll down to the email address of the account right here. Let me done. So guys, did you build the array first? So did many of you guys just select from flow and do the result here? And you're seeing that? That's why I said you gotta watch very closely. You have to build the array first. Once you build the array first, then you can select from flow, do that way. Can you verify on your truth table that you've said return only the first result? You have to make sure this is checked. Because if you're retrieving a list of all email addresses from the result, then that tells me this hasn't been configured. So click on your truth table, make sure you return only the first result. So right here, this, and you want to expand advanced, and then you want to click on this. So make sure you click on this checkbox. It is very important that we do click on this. Yep, that's what I thought. You can if you want to. All you have to do is on the output right here, Jasper. I'll highlight this in blue for you. You just give this a different name. So you can name this like account right here if you want, but that's optional. The thing that we need to do is we need to make sure, yeah, that's why you got to make sure that in the click through, when we do this part, it is important that we do this one because it will catch you later on in the build. So make sure you guys do this. And then you can go back into your, oops, that's not what I wanted. Assignment setup. And then I'm going to do select from float. Now your result's going to be, or whatever you rename this thing to be, is going to be a single account. And then you can just grab the email address right here and you click done. And then you say result. Or in this case, you don't even need to click the email address. You can just select the result and just say result. Boom, done, done. I'm pretty, no, we did cover that yesterday because I think I was the one who talked about that. I remember we did cover that. After you hit result, you can't see email. Did you set yours as a string? If yours is a string of text boxes, a string of text, then let's see, let me go after I hit result, I cannot see email. You have to scroll down. Is your, let me edit this one. When it says result, is yours of the result account type? Shashadar? If it is of the type account, then you have to left click it and then you have to scroll down to email. If you just outputted the text email addresses and not the whole account, then all you need to do is just select result. All right, is everyone good so far? So Shashadar, did you do this? Make sure you do this. Oops. I want you to go back. Did you click on your truth table and do this? You must do this. If you don't click on this checkbox to return the first result, then it will not work. Yes, Jocelyn, that is correct because it will pause on that add task step. Then it's waiting for you to log into that user account, whichever user account got assigned that assignment, and then it's going to wait till they work that assignment. So whatever you gave that password to that account, you want to log in as that account, you can work that assignment, and then you can proceed your flow to the next stage. Alrighty. All right, so after we've gotten that part, the last two things that we need to do is just need to give this an assignment name. So you can give this like purchase request, review, review purchase requests. Yeah, purchase request. And then you can give the assignment action here of just review request. And then you can do what Jocelyn did and you can just start running it and you can see how it interacts. So my process, since I assigned it, let's switch it. I'm actually going to assign it to, I'm going to switch my truth table to assign it to jared@decisions.com. jared@decisions.com, define. Right, so now what you're going to see is what happens here is if I run my process and I want to run my process, so I'm just going to do this to run it to show you what it's like. So once I run this, I'm going to debug it. And then now I have this form. Let me fill it out with test data. Here, numbers, I need numbers. And so now I have to add test steps. So this is what Jocelyn was referring to, that, hey, everything pauses for that part. Yeah, Trevor, you can use the merge plain text editor to give it a dynamic name. I just set it for a constant right now, but you are correct. If you want to miss it as merge plain text editor, you can. So this is what Jocelyn was talking about. When she ran her process, it paused at the add task step. This is expected, right? Because it's assigning this. When I go to right click this and left click this part, it assigned this task to jared@decision.com. So on my other screen, I need to log in. So this is my new browser, right? To work this assignment, I need to log into Decisions again. So localhost, this is my URL 8083. I'm going to log in as jared@decisions.com. And then I'm going to do, let's see, right here. All right. And now what I'm going to do is you can see in my inbox, I have this purchase request assignment. And so now what I can do is I can review requests and work this assignment right here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work it off screen so you can see what will happen to the debugger after I work it. So when I right click review request, let's say I want to deny it. I'm going to click deny. Notice how you saw my debugger, my workflow then executed, but I had to log in as that account to run it. So that's why whenever you run your flow, it pauses because it's assigned that assignment to that account and it's waiting for that account to run it. So whatever email that you configured for your assignee, you're gonna have to log in with that email and that password and then work that assignment from the inbox. All right, has everyone been able to get that much done from it? Sure. Boom. These are the properties of the add task. Now, I'll also show, this is what Trevor was mentioning in the click through. We actually merge the plain text editor to give ourselves a dynamic name. So it could be, the requester email purchase request to make it dynamic. So that's why we use that, but you don't have to. You can just use it as a constant. However, I do advise this is best practice to use the merge plain text editor, because then you can have a dynamic assignment. Because if I have every assignment as purchase request, and Brian, my manager, comes and says, hey, can you find Randy's assignment? Well, I wouldn't be able to find it because every assignment is named purchase request. Of course, Kristen. So the set state to approved is just a constant text of approved, and then the set state denied is just a constant text of denied for both of those. Ooh, training 4. Can someone link me the URL? I just want to make sure I can hit it. Thank you. Because if it can't work, so it looks like I can log in. I'm getting the screen right now. Refresh or use a different browser. Or open a different tab and then re-navigate back to back to it. 1 second. Kristen, you said not letting it get constant. So a constant. So it should be whenever you left click, if you get to this blue text right here, click constant here, and then you can type in approved. And you can do it that way. I think it's fine. We just can't log in. Remote connection not allowed to the personal server without license. Ooh, hold on a second. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to let Eric know. I'm having Eric check on it now. Ah, you may be, okay, then you may have the same issue that everyone's experiencing. I'm gonna try that link. Try to log in. I don't think there is any. I'm at decision.com. Admin. About password, let's see, 2, 3. I don't think I have an account on that one. I'm checking for you guys. Give me a second. I have Eric taking a look at it right now. He's reviewing it as we speak. So we'll find out if it just needs a license or what the issue was. I'm going to answer a question in the chat. So what if the approver deny the request and the requirement is to route it back to the submitter for revision? How do we do that? Oh, that's a interesting use case. So what we do in that use case, so let's say what I would do is in that scenario that Alfred was talking about, let's say I want to route this back to the person who sent it. What I would do in that scenario is I would say, hey, let me say on the deny path, I'm going to have another add task step that's going to be assigned to the original user. So I just navigate this one back, pick the form, and then show this form and say, hey, redo your. Yeah, and then you would say, hey, you'd give another assignment to the user who submitted it, and then you would have them as, you know, review it and they can submit it that way. So that's how you would configure that if you want a revision system in the process afterwards. Yep. All right, guys, the server is being rebooted. So if you were on that training server 4, it's going to be rebooted soon. So that's how you can do that. Perfect. We have another question from Trevor saying, so you can't just reroute it back to the original form as that would generate a new one, correct? So the problem of doing that is, remember, this is an in-session form. So if I route back to this one and then the user does not respond to this for their current user session and they kill it, then they just killed the entire process. So that's why we can't do that way, because then our entire process is already done if I just close the form. The assignment form is permanent. That's why we need to add another assignment form to say, hey, assign back to this user, to say, hey, work on it, and then they can send it through to the process. So that's why we can just route it back to the assignment form like this, because the process, if a user exits this process, the in-session form is not going to pause. Good questions, guys. Bum, bum, bum. Alrighty, so instead of holding everyone up here, what I'm going to do is while we do our server maintenance, this is about the time we're going to go to lunch. So it actually works out great. So we're going to go to lunch as we fix these server issues. And by the time you get back from lunch, they should be resolved. Me, Randy, and some of the trainers will be working on that with Eric to make sure that's all good. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to stop my screen share and resume the recording, and we're going to talk about reports and decisions and how we utilize those. This is going to help get us set up for Randy's session when he talks about pages and dashboards and then KPI tiles, where we will design different KPI tiles for the dashboard that we will be creating. So how do we do those things? Well, the first step to that is reports. So let me share my screen. Alrighty, can everyone see my screen? Perfect, okay. So reports. So reports and decisions. It's another really cool designer because it's visual, and this is where we're trying to configure our process to be viewable by our end user, because our end user is never going to use the decisions studio. They are primarily going to be using all the processes that have already been built by the decisions designer. So what that means is that end users just come into decisions to view a dashboard or to work from a queue like I showed in the assignments in class. And that's pretty much it. They just run the processes. So a step in the design phase when we are designers and we're building up a process is we need to think, how is the end user going to interact with it? And with the reports designer, we can have them interact with it through several ways. First one is it's a visual designer, right? It's something you can drag onto a page component and you can display a report of whatever is sourced from that data source. This could be something that's internally sourced in decisions, or it could be something that is externally sourced in decisions. So both of those are able to be configured in decisions. It doesn't have to be only ones that are inside the system. It could be those that are integrated externally with decisions. And you can utilize things like color rules. You can have different views in charts. And so you can display your data via a chart if that's more convenient. And so those are the ways that the report designer is visual. You can add color rules and then you can add charts to it as well. The second thing you can do is you can give end users the ability to interact with that report. So for example, let's say I want to filter the report by a certain criteria. I can design end user configurable filters for them to be able to filter their data. I can also give them ways to sort their data if I want the end user to be able to have that capability. Or let's say I want to already in the back end or in the designer perspective, create that filtering and sorting automatically for them so they don't have to configure it themselves, then that is an option as well. But in the interaction and edit part, that's where users can edit directly on a report or view the data and sort it and filter it however way they choose. So that's a cool thing about it. The third thing that you can do is it's another versatile designer. You can integrate with it. So the whole goal of decisions is that it is an easy application to integrate with inside and out of. And so part of the way that you can do that is through reports. Reports is a way where users can say, hey, I want to give someone access to a report via a URL, and they can just view that dashboard or report. And with that being the case, then a user can view that and not have to log into the decision system. So it all goes into the ability of decisions being a flexible tool and conforming to the business's business process instead of the business having to conform to a software process. So that's the goal there. The fourth and final thing is that we'll talk about during the course of this slide is it is actionable, meaning that you can configure user right-clickable actions on your data and have users manipulate that piece of information as well. So that is also capable and possible in the decisions system. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the ways that are the most common ways you can use a report. The first and most common way is a dashboard. That's kind of what you saw me configure in the assignments area where I created a dashboard, I attached a report on it. And once I attach the report on it, then you can see on that dashboard, here's the data. So that's one way we can do it. Another way you can use it is that you can use it in a workflow. So there's an actual flow step called the run report step. And within that flow designer, you can call that run report step, pick the report you want to run, and then you can get access to that data from the report in the flow designer. This helps if you want to filter out data or display a subsection of that data for a process later on down the road. So that's how it can be used on a dashboard and a workflow. The third thing is you can also use it as a scheduled job. There's types of flows and decisions called scheduled job flows. And what they do is they run themselves on a schedule, like it says in the title. And so this is commonly used to send the CEO or senior management some type of metric report over all the metrics that have occurred during that month. And so that's how we would use a report. Let's send an Excel file of a report of all the purchase requests and their cost this month to the active manager or the CEO. And so that's a use case for it. The fourth is an API call, right? I can call the report, get the data, and embed that report in another software via an iframe, or I can just generate a UI code to send it to someone so they can view that dashboard setting. So there's many different ways that it can be done and viewed in decisions. All right, so those are the ways. Now let's talk about the report designer itself. There is primarily 4 things that you're going to want to be aware of when we deal with the report designer. A lot of these things, as you can tell from the previous 2 slides, things comes in 4s. And so here's another section of a grouping of 4. So the first thing you have to configure, this is the must thing, this is the thing you have to do, is you must always configure a data source, right? Where is the data that decisions is pulling from? Is it via the assignments table? Is it the user accounts table? Or is it via a database integration? Also, if there's any SQL wizards or database wizards on the call, you can also run a report that is sourced from an SQL query of your choosing. So if you are a wizard in writing an SQL statement, you can run a report based on that, and it could have inner joins, left joins, it could have any number of steps and commands that you have in it to display. So that's another cool thing that you can do with the data sources. You're not just limited to the default ones in decisions or database external integrations. You can also write your own SQL query. So that's the first thing. You must always select a data source. The second one that we'll talk about is an optional field. This one's filters. You don't have to have a filter in decisions to run the process. All you need to do is have a data source. But there are some situations where, depending on the current user perspective, that you may want to filter out the data based on a user group, based on the type of data, based on any number of criteria. And so you can customize your report via the filters if you so choose. And the filters will be data type aware, meaning that you will see filters that are relevant to that specific data source. So when I demonstrated the assignments report on the call, it showed me some assignment filters, like assigned to me, assigned to current user, assigned to group. It gave me those default filters out of the box. Now, if I do want to be fancy and I want to write my own custom filter, in decisions, you can do that as well. If you have some specific use case or some specific type of filter that you need to filter your report by, that could also be configured and customizable. The third one we're going to talk about is data fields. Now, this is the other one that is a must-have. You must configure this for your report to run. If you do not configure this, then you will not be displaying data. So the data field says, what are the elements from that table that you're sourcing your data from that you want to display on the report? And so earlier you saw me do this where I selected the database assignments or the dbo.assignments table to display my assignments. And then I selected fields like the entity name, created on, created by, and then completed. And once I selected those data fields, then data showed up. So points 1 and 3 must be configured on your report to work. But filters, point number 2, that's optional. You don't have to have a filter on a report to work. The last one we'll talk about is views. So in views, this is the part where you can confine your report to display in a certain way. So if I have a pie chart, if I have a bar chart, if I have any one of those things that I want to show my data and format it a certain way that's better communicated via a picture, you can configure a chart to do that as well. So those are the the four things you have to do to set up a report. 1 and 3 are mandatory. You must do the data source, you must do the data fields, and 2 and 4 are optional. You don't have to change the default view and you don't have to add a filter. All right, now we're going to go into the data field properties and in the chart properties in a little more detail because there's some other things that you want to be aware of when we configure these things. Every data field has a property that can run different things. And the property for the data field allows you to change things like the title. It allows you to make things invisible or visible, depending if you want that column to show. You can also determine a sorting. So if you want to sort by ascending for the account ID, like it shows in the picture, you can, or you can choose the formatting. The formatting is very helpful because if you have a lot of decimal values that you want to be displayed as currency, you can change the formatting of that data field to currency, and then it will display those values with the currency. And then you can also apply color rules for that particular data field, and only that data field. So that's what the data field properties are used for in decisions. They give you more flexibility on how you want this field to be represented and viewed on the report. The final thing we're talking about is graphs and charts. And this is the thing that I wanted to make sure that we understand from grouping in charts and graphs. Grouping is required. You must always group your data by some type of data field. So a common field that we see used is the state field, or it could be the user account field. And what you can do is you can display the grouped sections in the report, or you can display aggregate functions. So if I have a maximum or a minimum or an average field running, then I can have that displayed on the report as well. But the thing you need to take away, this is a must understand, is anytime you have graphs and reports and charts, you always, always, always want to group your data by some shape or form. That's what you have to do. So the next thing that you'll have to have in it, so now we're going to do an example. So I'm going to show this in decisions. You don't need to follow along with me. I'm just going to show it so that we can understand this is what a report is used in decisions for. All right, so I'm going to go into my flow. I'm actually going to open up another session for me, and I'm going to show the different reports. All right. So again, you don't need to follow along with me. I'm just going to show you the different report settings. So how you create a report is all your folder actions are at the top, and you just click create report. It's pretty simple. It's not too complicated. And then what I do is I select the report that I displayed right here. Once I do that, I'm going to say this is a test report. And let's say, I'm going to choose my actual purchase request report. So I'll go through this again so you can see how I set this up, because we will be using these avenues again in the click through. But now what I'm going to do is notice that I've selected my data source. I have many different types of data sources. Common contains a lot of the ones that are default in the system. So like a document data source, account data source of all the accounts in the system, assignment data source, which is all your assignments and decisions. You can look at those and be able to find that as well. Or you can use user-defined types, which is what we'll do. So I'm going to give you a precursor. So I'm going to actually grab my purchase request. Now notice how there's no data displaying on the purchase request report. That's because I've selected no data fields. My report will only show data once I have selected a field to display on there. That's why I said on the slide, the only way to run a report, the must-haves are data sources and data fields. I don't need to configure filters and I don't need to configure views. These two are optional fields. All right, so I'm going to let's do price per item and then do quantity. Let's do quantity. I don't want process type. Another thing that you're going to want to be aware of, let's say you accidentally clicked on a column that you don't want, right? To remove it, you do not left click this thing again. It's not a radio button. As you can see, I'm just adding more of the same field on my report, which is just kind of, which is not helpful. So what I need to do is I need to hover my mouse over the field and click X to remove it. It's not a radio button. If you click it multiple times, like I showed here, you're just going to have a lot of fields that you got to delete. So if you need to delete a field, remember to hover over the data field, click the X button and select yes. There we go. So I'm actually going to grab, I think there's a total. I want to grab total. So there's total, and I want to grab state. Alrighty. So now I can see my report and all this information. Now, remember when I said that the report designer also allows you to customize the field properties. Notice how my price per item and my total has a really ugly number layout where it's like the value and then a ton of trailing zeros. I need to change that. How do I do that? Well, the first thing I do is I click on that data field. Notice that the properties on the right update every time I click on a different data field. And so when I click on the price per item, I can scroll down and I can go to formatting. And right now its default formatting is general. And if I want it to be displayed as a currency, I can select currency, and you can see now it's in a much cleaner and neater view for the process. And I can do the same thing for total. I can do the same thing for the created on date too. Instead of, in regards to changing the formatting, not making it currency because that wouldn't make sense. In the formatting, I can select if I want the short date, which removes the time and just gives me the short date. I can select a full date, which gives me the Wednesday, October 20th, 2021. Another cool thing about this is, let's say you live in another country and you actually have the day, month, year instead of the month, day, year like we do here in the States. You can configure decisions to be aware of that date time format, and your reports and your currency will also be reflective in your country. So if you're using euros, then it could be reflective of euros and of that currency instead of the US dollars. So all that's configurable in the localization settings and configuring where your user is in the account settings. So all this is configurable. You don't have to have US dollars. You could use your own type of currency in the country that you reside in. Alrighty. So I'm going to leave this. I'm actually going to have this as full date, excuse me. I just like the the layout of that better. And we'll just leave that there. And so that's how you can set up the report in the formatting. If I want to apply certain filters, so let's say I want to add a filter. Notice that I already have these entity and field filters and folder filters that come default. So the field filters refer to any of the fields that this data structure has. So if I expand this, I get all of the data fields that the purchase request, the flow execution extension has. But let's say I want to filter out the department by support, since I have 3 support ones. What I'm going to do is I would go to the field filters. I would go down to department, and then I would say, click the department equals, and then I'd type in the value that I want to filter by. And then notice now only the ones that have support in the department are now displayed in my report. So that's an important thing to do. I can also make this thing runtime editable, which means that I'm giving the end user the ability to edit this filter when the report is running. But I by no means have to have it running all the time. I don't need to display it if I don't want to. Alrighty, and then let's say I want to do a grouping. So let's say I want to do a chart. How would I do a chart? Well, the first thing we'd want to do with the chart is you always must have what? What was the thing you must always have in your report if you want to create a chart? Exactly, Alfred got it. It is grouping. So to Jasper, Shahrazad, yes, grouping. So how do we configure that grouping if we want a chart? What we do is we go to these 3 kind of circles, slider buttons here. We left click on this, and then in the drop-down list, we can configure a group by field. And so I'm going to select state because that makes the most sense to me. And then I'm going to click apply. And then now you can see that now I have my report grouped where I can collapse those headers to see where each process is at in its own given state. Now what I can do is I can click add on the view section of my column. And let's say I want to do a pie chart. And in this case, I'm going to call this the by state pie chart. And then I'm going to leave the series to count state because that's what I want to display on that chart. And then I'm going to click OK. Now, as soon as I do this, you'll see now decisions has another view and it displays all of my data in a pie chart format where I can see I have 3 in the started category, I have 1 auto approved and 1 in the denied category. And so that's how I configure the different views on the report for individuals. If I want to go back to the data view, I can left click on the data view here or on the data view here, and vice versa. I can switch back and forth between these two. So that's how you would do that. Any comments or questions over that report? All right, I just got awesome, so I'm assuming that's okay. Sweet. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to build our travel request report like I just built. Now I deleted mine because I want to walk through the steps with you guys, but it shouldn't be too difficult. So I'm going to open up my click through. Let's go all the way down to page. Let's see, what's the page that I want? There we go, found it. So we're going to go to page 74 in the click through. That's where we're going to get the first directions to do that. So open up your click throughs to page 74 right here. This is going to be the first section where we start out building that report. So let me know when you get there. Sure. So for those of you who may need to see the rest of the process, we can go back really quickly. So in the flows and the purchase request flow, the place where we left off is you need to add the set state auto approved right here. And you need to add the set state denied right here to get your data to add a different state. So these are the two things that are just needed. All you have to do is select this to a constant and then type in approved and then type in denied. So go ahead and do that much. And let me know when you guys are ready to start our reports class. For the assignment action name, we're just going to leave this as review request. So just review request. It's a constant value and you just type in review request. Yeah, my pleasure. Any other questions? All right, everyone good on these 2 steps on the add task? Not yet? All right. Oops, that's not where I want. Oops, wrong tab. There we go. That's the tab I want. While we're waiting, I do want to let you guys know of a really cool feature on our doc site. So if you go to documentation.decisions.com, and this will work for our customers, any of our new hires on the call, you will have to use our own customer resource management system to submit doc tickets. But if you are a customer of Decisions, then we have this really cool new feature on our doc site called, let me move my drink out of the way so I can see it. We have a suggest edit feature on the bottom right. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to click on a flow. I mean, not a flow, click on a document. It allows you to click on a document and then you can either suggest edit here on the bottom right. And I think there was some other way, but I'm not seeing it. But if when you click suggest edit, what happens is it allows you to be able to request to our documentation team how to update to make this document more effective if you believed that it was lacking in some manner. You would type in your email address. So I would put it in like jared@decisions.com. And I would say, primarily would say, yo, Kirsten, who is the manager of the documentation team, you are doing a great job and I love this document. Hooray, right? Like I said, it cannot, for our employees, it won't work, but for our customers, it will, because those who are in our customer resource management system will be displayed there. So it's just a really cool feature that I wanted just to stress, because if you ever are reading a document and it doesn't fit your needs, but it almost did, that's a good time to add the use the suggest edit on the bottom right of the documentation site and send an update to submit a ticket for our doc team to update the document. We already have people looking to the sluggishness on the server. I have tasked Eric with looking at it, so he's investigating it right now. If he needs to let us know he's going to do something that's breaking our training experience, then he'll let us know. But we already have one of our members taking a look at it as we speak. Alrighty, let's go back to the click through. So where we're going to start off is we're going to open our reports folder. So left click on your reports folder, and then we're going to create a report. So the part that we're going to work on is going to be on page 74. And in that reports designer project folder, we're going to select the create report option from the action bar at the top, create a report called purchase request report using the default report template. So we're going to just pick that huge button on the top left. So I'm going to minimize this, click report, click this huge button, and I'm going to say purchase request. I think it was the purchase request report, purchase request report. As you can see, I have the memory of a goldfish. Purchase request report. Okay, gotcha. Purchase request report. All right, and go ahead and do this much. Due to the sluggishness that I know is probably you guys are experiencing, I'm just going to wait here until you guys have gotten to this point. When you get to this point, go ahead and create your report to go into the report designer. And I'm going to pause right here and wait for everyone to catch up. And you guys let me know when you are ready to go into the report designer. Yep. Well, I'm aware. We have people also investigating that. Another thing you can do, Kristen, if your flow is taking time to save, open up another tab and navigate to the reports folder that way. So you can let decisions kind of save that other side. That would run quickly, faster than waiting for that tab to finish. Just open up another Google tab and navigate to your reports folder. Yep. No, guys, I understand that it's going to be slow. Like I said, Eric is investigating this, and we're currently working on it. If we have to do something, we'll let you guys know. We're just going to have to bear through it in the time being. So that's why I'm going to take this really slow, so that we can make sure we're all caught up. No, yeah, I know that the whole environment's slow. That's what we're taking into and looking into. So do the best that you can. Like I said, I'm going to park here and wait. I'm not going to go. I'm going to go at a slower pace, and then we'll proceed. So that's why I'm waiting until people say, hey, we're good now, or hey, it loaded, or whatever. I do have a question to ask. Has anyone been like in off time been testing with some SQL queries or doing some loops, or using the training servers for testing other than training? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, cool. I think that's mostly everybody. I'm going to wait to. Okay, Nicole's good. Jocelyn, I know you said you're so not done, so we'll wait till you give us the thumbs up, and then I'll go ahead and move on to the next step. Yep. Those of you who have, okay, perfect. Jocelyn is done. Awesome. So now we should be in the report designer. So I'm gonna click create and go into the report designer. And now you can see that menu that I demonstrated earlier. So the first thing we're going to do here is I'm going to add the data source. It's going to be user defined types. It's going to be flow data extensions. And we're going to pick your purchase request. Now, this is a shared environment, so you will see other people's purchase requests, or flow execution extension data structures. So what you're gonna have to do is pick the one that is your initials and then purchase request, and then just left click it. That's all you have to do. So just do that much. Sure. Go to add data source, user defined types, flow data extensions, and then you're gonna pick your initials purchase request. Mm-hmm. Awesome. I'm gonna still wait longer. All right, Jocelyn, Colleen, you guys good? Still working on it? Oh, we got a question in the QA. How to rearrange columns. Ooh, that's a great question. All right, how do we rearrange columns? I'm going to show you that once we add some data fields, Shashadar, but great question. I will get to that. So the next thing we're going to do, since we got the data source picked, and it should be your data source, now we're going to pick some fields. So let me go back to our thingy-mabobber. Such a technical term, thingy-mabobber. What was it? Okay, we're going to get the requester name. We're going to get the item name, the quantity, the total, the state, and then the created on date. So that's what we're going to select. So we're going to click add on the data fields, and we're going to select requester name. Then we're going to select, oh man, I forgot. Item name quantity, item name quantity, item name quantity. Then we're going to select total state created on date. Total state created on date. I'm going to say that fast. Total state created on date. Total state created on date. This is alphabetized. So if you're looking for a specific area of it, you can look for it by the, organize it alphabetically. The search field is also a good tool to use. Tina is 100% right. And while we're waiting for people to do that, so Shashadar asked, how do we rearrange columns? We rearrange columns by, let's say, I want to rearrange the state to be the last field. What I would do is I would click on this button right here, and then I would use these arrows in the columns. So if I want to move the state to the last field, I would hit this arrow down button, and then then I'll click apply, and then you'll see that my column will rearrange itself. So that's how we rearrange columns in Decision 7. In Decision 6, that's the feature that I miss in Decision 6 is in Decision 6, you could just left click and drag it over if you want to. And in Decision 7, unfortunately, we don't have that capability. We have to use more clicks instead of less. All right, so do we all have these 6 fields here? Requester name, item name, quantity, total, created on date, and state. Yep, we got a yes. Good, we got it. We got a thumbs up. Alfred's got a thumbs up. Sure. If you want to move them, this is optional, you don't have to. You have to click on these 3 kind of buttons, they look like beads on yarn. That's what it reminds me of. You click on these beads that are on a yarn. I know that's not a really good technical term for it, but that's all I can think of at the moment. And then you can use these arrows to move the column up or down, however much you want, and then you click apply, and then you can move it. And then now my state's now to the left of created on date instead of afterwards. Yeah, you're welcome. I know, right, Trevor? It's like those old slider calculators. Yeah. Alrighty. So now the next thing we're going to do, let me read the click through. Okay, we did that. Let's see, click report center. Okay, we got to group the data, and then we got to create a bar. Perfect. We just got to group the data and create a bar. So we're almost done, guys. Not too much left. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to group the data by some type of parameter. And how we do that, I think Tina told me, was a slider. Yep, I guess that's the technical term. It's not a bead on a yarn, even though I think that's a cool term, bead on a yarn. But we're going to click the slider button. And then what we're going to do is on the group by, you can select either the item name or the state. One of those 2 will work. It doesn't matter. If you want to follow the click through, you can do it at item name, or you can do it at state. I'm going to follow the click through, so I'm going to do it by item name. And whenever we have a group by column selected, we have to always click apply to make sure that we can apply this grouping. And then you can see the grouping chosen here. And I think I clicked the wrong thing. What did I click on? I clicked on quantity. My goodness. Item name. I'm going to remove the quantity. So if you did what I did, so I'm going to close this. If you did what I did and selected the wrong field, you're going to have to click on the slider button. You're going to have to click X on the grouping, and then you have to select a new group by. And I'm actually going to remove this previous grouping there by the sort by, and then select item name, and then click apply. Now I have it grouped by the items that are requested. Everyone good on that part? Gotcha. Ooh, we got a flower. Pretty flower. A thumbs up. Awesome. All righty. And we got the alien. I love it. Roses and aliens. That's like, that should be a movie. Roses and aliens and rainbows and ghosts. Perfect. And turtles. Let's do it. We're just going to create a TV show about all the animals. All righty. So since we're all good there, the final thing we're going to do is we're going to add a data view. So you're going to click on view and add one, and then you're going to select the bar. That's what we're going to do. Select the bar, and then I'm just going to say this is count of items, or this is the items chart here, and then I'm going to click OK. And then when you do this,
Hey,
you get to
Jared,
see your bar
just
chart.
in case you didn't see the Slack, we're going to be rebooting the servers again at 2:30. So if everybody can save so that we don't lose anything.
Perfect. So before we do that, so make sure that you add this change that we just did here. This is the last thing we have to do to this section of the click through. Just add your bar chart. So I can show that again. We're going to click add, and you're going to click on bar, and then you can just give it a title, and then you can select it. This is going to be my item chart. Then I'm going to click OK, and then you can have it here. All right, and then like Randy said, make sure you save this report so that you won't lose your configuration when the server reboots in the system. It's underneath charts, so you may have to expand the charts view and then select bars. So it won't be in the initial layout here. It would be under charts. So you're gonna have to click the plus sign if it's not already clicked and select the bar. Has everyone configured a bar for their process, for their report? Let's see. Did you configure did you group your report? If you see no charts, then you didn't do the requirement that's needed for charts. Remember, we must always group the report. Because right here, like I do add, I have no view for charts because I didn't group my report. That's why we must, if we ever use a chart, we must always group it by a field. So hit the slider. I'm going to group it by item name and hit apply, not close. I'm going to hit apply. Yep, group by item. And then when you go in data views, you'll have charts and all that stuff. I'll do bar, count. And then you can do it. That too, if it does take some time to load, then that's something that may be an issue. Title, and I'm gonna call this item chart. And put it here. And then just save it. Is there some, let's see, someone asked, is there somewhere we can click where we can see all the info like before we added the group? The group allows you to see all the info there. It just groups it by a certain item. Like, see, I can still see all my items and stuff right there. It all does just allows me to collapse and decollapse it. That's it. All right. Has everyone got the chart yet? Everyone good? Still loading? If it's still loading now and you haven't gotten the chart yet, then the thing that I'm going to want you to do is go ahead and click save on your report, regardless of what state that you're in. Now you can remove the grouping still. So if you go to your grouping right here, you can still remove it by clicking the X right here. Just then your chart won't display anything because there's no grouping. So I just want to confirm, has everyone saved? Because we will be rebooting the server in 4 minutes. We're going to be adding some more resources to the servers to make sure that we can, or we're going to see if that alleviates the sluggish performance. Awesome, man, wow, look at Jocelyn go. We have a sea monster and a cat in the same, that's awesome. Oh, and I love the floppy drive that we have. And a dancer, look at Colleen go, that's awesome. So I've got informed from my colleague Randy. What we're going to do is we're going to give you guys, let's see, where are we at on our for time agenda? Let's see. So we talked about reports. Okay, we're good. Next thing is pages, KPI tiles, and parent-child reporting. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys 30 minutes of break, just because it will take a little bit for all the instances to come up, back up and run. So what we're going to do is I'm going to leave, I'll be on the call. So if you have any questions you want to ask in that 30 minutes, if you want to walk up and stretch, feel free to go ahead. If you want me to demonstrate or you have questions about decisions, I can answer those because I can use my local to demonstrate those capabilities to you guys. Alfred asks, do we need to log out? Go ahead and log out if you can. You don't need to, because when the server goes down, it's going to automatically kick you out anyway. So, but if you want to have but just go ahead and log out if you are done, you've saved everything. Oh, and then we also have a question that I think I missed. Tina asked, is there a limit to the number of views? No, I don't think nope. You can add as many views on the report designer you want. So it's however many that you find applicable to your use case. So. Alrighty, so go ahead, stretch your legs, take a little break, take a 30-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to stay on the call, ask questions for me and Randy. We will answer those questions. I can build something for you guys if you want to see how I would start something, or or whatever the case may be. Oh, one thing I will let you guys know is I'm going to share my screen on the decisions Basecamp. I'm going to go to share screen 3. So on decisions Basecamp, we've talked about the file repository area. Let me go ahead and log in as a student. And I know I told you guys that I was going to show you guys how to, what is it? The scaffolding folder and how I created that. I have added that as project files in the decisions Basecamp. So in the file repository area, if you scroll all the way down from the learning plan for the business analyst 5-day course, you'll see the project files, and you'll see the folder scaffolding automation project. That is all the flows and rules that I used to design that folder scaffolding, where when you and Randy did it, you guys had to manually click on it. This is the project that I designed, where I just click on a button, type in a form of the project that I want to call it, and then it's going to scaffold or create those folders for me, so I don't have to do it manually. So that project is located there if you're interested and you want to play around with that as well. So that's going to be there at your guys' leisure. So I just wanted to let you guys know that has been updated and placed in there so that you can use it. All right, any decisions, questions for us? we can definitely do that. In the project, all right, I'll get that for you guys right now. And I believe I have finished that one too. So if you're ever wondering, I don't think I ever showed you guys the complete thing. So here's the complete one that I built. So here's what it does. So if I go ahead and I'm actually going to run this flow, and I'm going to run it via the dialog. There we go. And so now what I can do is I can add data. Before it wasn't summing the values and my line wasn't straight. So now I have my date of the grant, long-term plan. Let's say this is test 1. And then I have this here. I'm gonna put some values here. I'm gonna put this here. Let's make this a little, add this there. And I'm gonna add data, and this time we'll do a short-term plan. And then I'll do this, and I'll do this. Put some numbers, and then put some more numbers. I'm gonna add some more data. I'm gonna make this 22nd. We're gonna make this a long-term plan. Test 3. Test 3. There we go. We'll have this to be there. Have this here. This over here, and we'll put some numbers here. So that's another long-term plan. I'm gonna leave this here. I'm gonna add one more piece of data. We're gonna do another short-term plan. I'll do this on the November 11th. Let's say this is test 4, and do this, do this, do this, this. There we go. All right, so now when I hit refresh, what it's going to do is now it's going to display the long-term plan and the short-term plans, and then also totals the net value and the change in value accordingly. So I have the change in value here, and then I have the total short-term value here. And so all those are summed according to the values that I put up. So that's how that works. That's how I've configured that. So yeah, so I'll go ahead and export this process. I like the icon. So yeah, I will export this project right now so you guys can play around with that. I'll also be talking about a YouTube video about it. So because there's a couple of topics that someone will need to be aware of in order to kind of create that. So let's see. Oh yeah, export project with dependencies and generate document. Where's that one at? Let's see, the My Apps. List view. It's not there. I don't know why it said it was there. Might have been the data structure, and that's why. I think it's the data structure. So let's make sure we get that over. Project with dependencies. I want this thing. Yeah, just go ahead and include that. I'm going to add that. And then now we can get that document. And then I will upload that into the Decisions Basecamp. Sign out. I got to sign in as an administrator. I'm going to put that there. So by submitting the project, so on the screen, like I did where I just exported my entire project. So this whole zip file is my entire project that makes up the flows, rules, data structures, and all the things that make this thing work. So that's what we mean is that is what you would submit, because you would submit that. So let's see, I have to go to admin. BA course here. So that's what we would say is you would submit the project. So here I can go to project files. There we go. Aha, project files. And then I'm going to add one. I'm going to say upload a file. This is going to be the generic document creation process. And I'm going to upload the file. Downloads, generic document creation. And I'll I'll save it there. So there you go. So now you have that. Yes, it's what you have been building for the past few days. All right. Now, if you guys go to Basecamp, I believe you can see that new project in the project files repository area. Back, project files. Oh, you have to scroll. Okay, so you'd have to hit the button over here to go to the next side, and then you can see it right there. So that's definitely there. I'll create a new folder and I'll get these slides updated and uploaded. I'm getting I'm getting a message from Eric saying that the servers are up with double power. Power. He's verifying it now. So we should be able to get back into the instances relatively soon. All right. Any other questions over the project that I created or anything else? You can definitely, if you can, like, comment, subscribe on my YouTube channel. I'll be posting all those cool projects that I've created, talking about them there. So you can learn more about how to build things in decisions. Sure, I can share the channel link. That would be absolutely fine. I think you can search it. So let me share my screen. I just want to know if you can find it on YouTube. So it's just called making right there, making decisions. And boom, you got it right there. And so here's the channel link. Channel. Yep. Yeah, and like I said, if you guys have any suggestions, even right now on the call, feel free to if you ever want to use any of the what do you call it? Oh, if you want to give me suggestions right now, feel free to type a suggestion in the chat and I'll write that down and get it. Alan asks, I think my issue with local installation relates to the hosting option I created. I remember there are two options, self-hosting and IIS hosting. Which one should I be using? Self-hosting is recommended. That's where you get the best optimal experience because you're not relying on the IIS dependency. Querying a DB and populating the result on a form. Are you talking about an external database, Alfred, or you're talking about just one in decisions? A MySQL, okay. I can make that happen. I will write that down. I think someone else has asked for that one too, so I can definitely, I'll definitely bump that video up in priority and make sure that I create that situation. And also a cool thing, if you guys don't know, you can actually install decisions on a Postgres database. So you don't need to have Microsoft SQL anymore. You can install decisions on a Postgres DB. I may do a video of that one because I think that's one of the newer features in like decision 776 and up. You can install decisions on a Postgres DB. Now, we were always able to integrate with a Postgres DB with the database tables and such, but within 7.6 and 7 and higher, what you can do is you can install decisions on a Postgres database. So that's the new feature, the installation, not the integration. Integration we've always had, but the installation, that's the new thing. I'll type it to you right here. Try, ooh, what did I send? I'm gonna send it to you. I think I just send it to you right now. It should come up. As I'm just linking what I have here. Are we going to be shown how to import data from a CSV and Excel? Yes, that's actually part of the curriculum where you will show how we're going to manipulate Excel and display it in a form control. Yes, we are going to learn the export and import configurations because in order to submit your project, we have to, do that. So I'll put my channel link one more time. I think some people said they had trouble accessing it, but it's coming up for me. So it might be your internet connection. Yeah, I had to do it with a Y, not the normal way, because I think that was taken already. So that's why I had to do that way. Yeah, you're probably typing it correctly. I had to have a mistyped name to get it to work. Trying to think what's some other cool thing that I've done that was pretty interesting in decisions. Ooh, I can show you that while we're waiting. So I'm gonna go to the purchase request report. So we talked a little bit about color rules, but it's not one of those things that we stress too much because it's not in the click through and it's more of an advanced feature. But since we got some time on the call, as we're waiting for our service to come up, I will just show you guys this in passing. Let's say, all right, let's say, I got another QA answer. Was the virtual coach in any way designed by decision? Was the virtual coach? I do not know. I have no idea that we even had a virtual coach. So I correct. The answer is I have no idea. Possibly, could be. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh yeah, so let's say I want to make this row highlighted, right? Let's say if I want all the ones that are auto approved, I want to highlight green. How do I do that? And let me share my screen so you actually can see what I'm talking about instead of me just blabbering and talking about it. All right, so you can see the report. Let's say I want to have all the rows that are or let's say I just want to make this row, all the ones that are denied, I want to highlight with a tint of red. How would I highlight it with a tint of red? So what I would do is I would say, hey, let me go into the color and icon rules option here. So this is the setting of the overall report designer. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click add. I'm going to say that I want the background to be just a light red. We'll use that one. And what I'll do is I'll say, I'm going to create a rule because that's what it is. It's a color rule. I'm going to create a new rule and it's just going to be a statement rule. And it's going to be is state denied. Right? That's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say, hey, I want to set up an input because whenever we use a rule, we always want to configure the inputs. So I'm going to pass in state. And then I'm going to say, does state equals, and then denied, right? So we're just going to say, is it denied? Close. Then I'm going to save. And that's it. That's all I need to evaluate here. And then once I do that, I need to update the inputs of the rule so I can then tie the rule input to an area on the report. So when I hit the pencil, I can then tie it to a report field. So the input's going to be the state input's going to come from the state report field. And then I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to click OK. All right, and then I'm going to just refresh my view, refresh preview, and you could see now that I have the, this row is highlighted red. Now I do have this black circle, I will need to remove that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm gonna say how do I remove that dot? Icon image, I don't want any specified, and then I could say none. There you go. So I'd have to switch the grid view to specify to none, and there now I can display my report in this view where I can see it highlighted red, and I don't have to worry about what is it, having a circle. How I added the rule is it is under the color and icons view category here. So whenever you click on the base report designer right here, any of the dark columns, you can use the color and icon rules here. And you can, in your case, you would click add. And in my case, since I recreated it, I'm just gonna hit the pencil, and then you'd create the rule here, your inputs, and then tie the rule into the background. So that's how you would do that. Huh. No, we're just watching during the break, so was just demonstrating some things. So if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask. I was just demonstrating some features. We finished the click-through portion. Yeah. Yep, that's the main purpose. So Asha, you got it. So the main purpose of that assign to and add task is only to take in a static account or a static group. So that's the main purpose of that. If you want to actually assign something dynamically, what you would do is you would use the assignment setup and map in those values dynamically. But yeah, the assign to is just a static way to put an account and then put in a group. Alfred asks, is it possible to export the report? Yes, absolutely. You can export the report. When I run this report, you see that I have this cogwheel right here. And then I could say I can download the report, or I can send the report, or I can save the report. So if I click on this, I can say, hey, do I want to download it as an Excel or as a PDF? And then I can pick which views I want to download in that regard. So yes, you absolutely can download it. I can also email it to somebody. So if you want to email distribution, you can do that as well and send that to somebody. Yeah. Can data be added from the report page by the end user? Yes, it can. So that's when we would use the configuration folder folder actions, and we can actually create a right clickable action to allow a user to add in and create or edit a specific value. But yes, you can be able to add data to this report if you want. Any other questions? All right. If there are no more questions, then I'm going to pass the buck over to Randy because it looks like all the servers are up. So you still have about 10 minutes to relax and to chill before we actually begin the coursework. But I'm going to let Randy steer the ship from now, and you guys will be in good hands, and I'll just be in the background watching chat.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So before we get started, up to this point, so we left off with making some reports and decisions, and so that started us off in creating user interfaces. So everything that we've done up to this point, well, we made some forms, but everything that we've made, including the forms, rules, adding set states and assignments to our flow, has all been about the logic. It's been about the process. So from here on, we're going to be creating user interfaces that our users can use to report on and view activities in those processes. So before we go on and continue to talk about dashboards and give our users a page where they can view all of the information about these purchase requests, have we run some debugs? Have we tested out our process? I want to make sure that we do that because we're going to need to have some data in here that we can then use to report on. So if you haven't already, in your purchase request project, go ahead and run the debugger, submit your request a few times, and let's generate some data that we can use to report on. So when you run this, so I'm going to go ahead and just submit one here. I'm going to say, who do I want to be today? I'm going to be Commander Data. Let's do a lamp. No, let's not. Let's do an apple. So whenever you submit this, if everything is configured correctly, like mine is not, mine is showing my approval form to me because I haven't set up the assignment. But if this is working correctly, you shouldn't be shown that assignment form. It should be going to your manager user, one of your manager users, and you can tell which one by checking the outputs of your truth table or checking the inputs on your assignment form. And of course, mine is not actually functioning, but either one of those steps should tell you which manager this should be going to. You will need to sign into that account in order to approve or deny that request. Go ahead and submit 2 or 3, and let's see any issues that you're having with that in the chat. Yeah, that's right, Cheshire. It should be in the approver truth table. Mine's just a little bit different. This one is one that I've cobbled together from an older class. Yes, so G Woods, we should sign in to that account to approve that purchase request. I will go ahead and fill everyone in. You've probably seen Jared use this, and I'm going to use it a few times. There's an extension that we use to assist with this that we call Session Box. If you Google Session Box, it's a Chrome extension that you can install in your browser that will allow you to sign in as multiple users in the same browser session so that you don't have to use incognito windows or private browser tabs or separate browsers to do that. So it only takes a few minutes to install, and I would encourage everyone to do it, especially if you're going to continue on with us through the developer course. That's going to set you up for success in the long term. And for even if you're not going to continue on with this, if you're going to be working in decisions and creating processes that other users are going to use. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and share this in the chat, everybody. So it's Session Box. And that'll make it easier to sign in and out as different users. So go ahead and run that 2 or 3 times. If you have any trouble at all, if anywhere in your process it breaks down, let's take a moment and review that and resolve it now before we get into reporting. Okay, and so Nicole, all we want to do is use the process that you've built. So we want to submit purchase requests in your purchase request system. So we're going to just fill out your form. You're going to submit it, and then it's going to be assigned to one of your manager users. And then you're going to use that manager user account to approve that request so that you can have some data in your report. So everybody's report should have at least 2 or 3 requests that you can view in here. All right, and so Alfred is getting a permissions error. This is really what I wanted to see. I'm expecting at least a few of us to probably get this issue. So permissions error when my test manager approves the request. And so Alfred, are you getting an error that says can use, that this user doesn't have, and Shirzad saying the same thing? Cool. So what we'll need to do is we're going to need to add some permissions on some of our folders so that our users have the ability to execute the flows that we've created. So here in our purchase request flow, you can think of a flow as being a graphical script, right? And so we've written out a bit of code graphically here in the canvas and the flow designer that our users, should be able to execute just like any other script or any other code. Now, if you've ever done any kind of development before, you've probably dealt with permissions in the file system to allow different users different levels of access to that code. And that's exactly what we're going to have to do here too. So right now, your manager users don't have permission to execute that flow. You are signed in as the administrator user, most likely. I know I am. So if I look in here, I'm the administrator for my account. If you're on a training instance, your user is the administrator for that server. So you have the whole keys to the kingdom. You can do absolutely anything in here you want. But your manager users are not in the same boat. So what we're going to do is we're going to briefly set up some permissions. So if everybody can direct their attention to my screen, we're going to create a group for our manager users, make sure that we add our managers users to that group, and then we're going to give permissions for that group to our flow so that our manager users can execute their portion of this process. So what we're going to do is just like when we created accounts, we're going to navigate down to the system folder in decisions. And just like we did when we were creating accounts, this is going to live under the security subfolder. So in here, we have our accounts. This is where we created our manager users on day 1 or 2. So whenever we created our manager 1, 2, 3, 4, we created accounts that these users can log in with. So now what we could do with permissions is it's possible to go in and just individually apply permission to all of these individual users, but that would be pretty inefficient. And that would require an administrator user to do that every time someone is removed from the team or added to the team. They'll have to go in and specifically grant that person permission on all the stuff that they need to do. And we want to be more efficient than that. We want to be a little bit more proactive and future-proof, make our processes scalable. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a group. So you can see that I have several in here. You probably do not, but we're going to create a group specifically for your sales managers. So we can do that in the groups folder by clicking in on the create group action up here in the action bar. So just like we've done with everything else that you've been creating in your decisions instance, especially if you're on a shared instance, you're going to want to use your initials with this. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to say RW. And for mine, especially because I do this with every class, I'm going to say BA Oct so that I have a little bit of differentiation. And then I'm going to call this my managers group. All right, sorry for the delay, everybody. Once you've named your group, we don't have to change any other settings in here. We're just going to give it a name, create it, and save. So now your group is going to show up in the list of groups here in the groups folder. So now we've created our group. We're going to add our manager users to it. So let's right click. And in the menu for that group at the very top, we're going to select the Add Remove Accounts option. Go. So in this menu, it shows that mine is empty. This is a brand new group. There's nobody in here yet. So at the bottom, we have these three options, add, remove, okay. I'm going to click add, and it's going to show me my list of users in this instance. So out of this list of users, we're going to select those 4 manager users that you created previously. So I'm going to select my manager 2, manager 4, manager 1, manager 3 is in here somewhere. Here we go. And then once you've selected those 4 users, down at the bottom, we're going to click add. And then we should see those 4 users are in my manager account, my manager group, excuse me. Once we've done adding our users, we can click OK. And now when I select my group, I can see that those 4 accounts are inside that folder. So this is important, like I said, for scalability. We want to make sure that we're granting permissions on groups so that we can add and remove people from those groups as needed and not have to worry about individual permissions for individual users. That's going to make our processes much more future-proof and administrating them and securing them much easier. So now that we've added our users to our group, we're going to use this group to grant permissions on the flows that we've created. So what we're going to do, and we're going to do this a few times over the rest of the afternoon, we're going to have a lot of things to set permissions on, but the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do this for our flows. So that's what that can use error is. So the can use, we have several different levels of permissions in decisions, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about them once we actually are looking at them, but that's an executable permission. That means that this user does not have permission to hit go on that flow and execute the other steps that are within it. So now, that's on the purchase request flow itself. However, we don't ever, and we can't, grant permissions on individual items. Permissions always have to be granted on a folder. So we're going to grant permissions for our manager users to use all of the flows in the flows folder. So what we're going to do is we're going to right-click the flows folder. In the submenu that opens, we're going to go to Manage. And under Manage, we're going to go to Manage Permissions. So you should be looking at a screen that looks more or less like this one. So there should be no accounts and no groups yet because we haven't set any permissions unless you've worked ahead, and that's okay. But you can see here, I could add individual accounts to have certain permissions on this folder for flows, but we want to use groups. So under the groups section, we're going to click Add. And in here, we can select the group that we want to add permissions for. So I'm going to add my RWBA October Managers group. And down below, we have all of the different options for permissions that we can make available to this group. So the one that we want to give them is can use. So that gives them the permission to execute this flow, to actually hit go and run the steps that are contained within it. This isn't going to give them the permission to view that flows folder. They're not going to see it when they log into the portal because we're not granting them the can open or the can view. They're not going to be able to see those things. So they're only going to be able to use the executables in the ways that we provided to them. For instance, like with our assignment. So when we present them with that assignment, that gives them the permission to view that form. But granting this can use gives them permission to hit either the approve or deny button and execute the things that are contained within that flow. So we're just going to say can use on the flows folder. Once you do that, we're going to save. And if you had been experiencing that can use error, go ahead and submit your purchase request again. And now your manager user should be able to approve or deny those requests. And Alfred asks, setting permission can only be done by designer or with admin role access. The administrator has to set permissions. You're right. So only the administrators have access to the system folder and have the ability to grant permissions. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions or issues. So have we all been able to submit a few? We've got some data in our report that we can use to show our users, our imaginary users. Cool, cool, good deal. Is anybody using any fun themes for their data that they're submitting through? As you can see, if you're a Star Trek fan, I am a one-trick pony and I use Star Trek for everything. I like it, Chris. That's fantastic. That's a lot of tape measures. He's a very busy builder. All right, everybody. So now that we've got some data in here that we can report on, and our process is able to execute from beginning to end. So we're able to submit our purchase requests, our managers are able to approve them, and we've got data in our systems to work with. Now, we're going to start building a page that we can use to display this information to our users. So first, let's talk about what are pages and dashboards. Here we go. So what is a dashboard? A dashboard is a page in Decisions that displays and organizes data to be analyzed easily and efficiently. So what we want to do is we want to capture the data that's in our process. Whatever we've built out in Decisions, it has a purpose, and that purpose probably generates data, and that we probably have users and managers and stakeholders who want to view that data. So we're going to capture it from our process. We're going to visualize that data. So previously we created reports that gives us the data rows. We can view it kind of like an Excel sheet. And while that's very useful, sometimes we may want to be a little bit more robust than that. We may want to provide our users with different ways of viewing that data. Maybe we want to show them the data rows and a chart and some key metrics all in one spot, and give them the ability to interpret that data quickly and easily. So over here on the left, you can see a couple of examples of dashboards. Both of these are pretty creative examples of dashboards, I think. And we're going to build out just about all of the elements that you see here into your dashboards today. Now, as you can see, you can make these look very different from one another. We're going to show you some more examples in a few minutes. But everything that you see on the page is generated with the elements that we're going to show you this afternoon. And if we end up running over time, maybe tomorrow morning. So elements of a dashboard, or why use a dashboard? So different reasons that we may want to do that, and the elements we put on it can depend on the users that are going to be viewing it. So we may want to be creating a landing page for our users. You know, sometimes we don't want to give our users full portal access and just a row of folders and have them navigate through. That can be intimidating to a lot of people. But by giving them a landing page in the form of a dashboard with several buttons that allow them to kick off key flows that have to do with their role, and the ability to view key metrics to do with their jobs and their portions of these processes, we can make their lives a little bit easier, and we can increase productivity and the ease of use of the systems that we create for our users. We can also provide a process view. So we know that we have process tracking in our purchase request system, and our users may need to know, okay, how many purchase requests do I have in my system that are currently pending review by a manager? How many have been auto-approved? Are there any users who are waiting on a request to be fulfilled? So we can give that process view in detail, both in a report and with some additional features that we're going to show you to give our users as much information as they could need to manage their system. We can give our users access to their stored data so that they can analyze that data. So rather than just showing them the data rows of a report, because while that may be useful, you've probably heard of the acronym, or the initialism rather, of KPIs, key performance indicators, which is to say, you know, metrics that are relevant to a user in their role. And we may want to display those specific metrics in a bulleted fashion that is automatically calculated and analyzed for them, so that they don't have to comb through a report or count up rows to find out, you know, where they stand in regards to those key performance indicators. We can also give our users the ability to take action, so they can execute items, they can kick off flows, they can actually commit change from right within that dashboard without having to leave, go out to the folder structure and execute any flows. So dashboards are incredibly versatile. They can be a home base for your user. They can be a report for your user. This can be a page that, you know, your investors look at once a quarter. It can really serve a lot of purposes and be a robust tool for you. So these are some examples of dashboards that have been built out by our sales engineering team for prospective customers. So we can see some different styles of reports here. And I'm going to try to back this out so we can, that's not going to let me. That's okay. So we can see some different styles of reports happening here. The one that shows up in the front is very similar to the one that we're going to be building today. It's very straightforward. We have a data rows report that gives us the breakdown of applications for, it looks like this is some kind of a I don't know, broker. So they get the data rows reports. Over here on the right, we have our process folder. We're going to be adding one of these to our process as well. This is what gives you that drilled down view into each one of those requests so that you can see where in the process each of these things are. And then up at the top, we have some tiles that show us some KPIs, those key metrics for our user. Back behind that, we have a somewhat similar one. This one has nested reports, and we're going to show you how to do this later this afternoon. And in fact, that one probably is going to be first thing tomorrow morning, because I'm sure we're not going to have time to get to that today. But this one has some nested reports. So for this user, for Pret, if they select one of these row items in their data report, it's going to change all of the other information that appears in this report over here to the right, based on the row that we have selected. So if I click on, BA 00065, it's going to show me all of the information that's relevant to that particular line item. And then at the top, this Regency Centers dashboard, this one is more like a landing page for our users. Each one of these boxes will kick off a flow, so our user will be able to see a form and carry out the process that they see for each of those tiles. So like vendor setup, new loss program, they can click on those and execute a task. So some common use cases for dashboards. So it can provide us multiple views into the same data set on a single screen. So for our purchase request, of course, we only have the one data set, but I'm going to show you several different ways that we can look at that data in one place to make it more relevant to our users. We can provide multiple views into disparate data sets in a single screen. So we may have multiple data structures, multiple external databases that we're connecting to that we need to report on all at once. So there's no reason that we can't put all of those things onto one dashboard and present all of that information to our users in a relevant way there. And we can create a place for workers to see data related to their role and interact with that data. So we're going to do part of this today. So we just started creating groups, and we learned how to add permissions for those users in those groups to specific items. So you can have multiple dashboards or a dashboard that is relevant to individual groups, so that people who are in one role or department can only see information that's relevant to them, whereas people who are in another department or another role can see information that's relative to their role specifically. So we don't have to show just one set of data or multiple sets of data to everyone in the organization. We can make these bespoke to individual roles and users as needed. So some primary dashboard components, and we're going to go over all of these today. So we have the report viewer. So that's the reports like you created previously with Jared. That's our data rows where we can view just the breakdown like an Excel sheet of the data that's in our process. Charts, just like you saw with Jared, things like pie charts, bars charts, ways of graphically representing our data so that we're not just counting up rows in a sheet. And then tiles. So these are ways of displaying those KPIs, those metrics that I told you about. So we can create these elements on our page that display specific pieces of information calculated from our data set in a way that's relevant to our users. And we have two of those, simple tiles and diagram tiles, and we're going to take a look at those at the end of this lesson. We also have the ability to take action. So we can add elements to our pages that allow us to kick off flows, execute processes, and not just look at data, but also take part in the creation of that data from on a dashboard. Deepak says we have to give the same permission to the folder where requests are stored. So in order to view requests, yes, we would need to do that. So we'll take a look at that in just a moment. So let's focus on dashboards for right now, and then we'll come back to permissions in a minute because we've got a lot more permissions work to do. Here we go. So like most of the other elements in decisions, pages are lazily loaded. That means that decisions isn't going to load any information on a page until we specifically ask it to, or we create a flow or a process to refresh that data. So this is meant to conserve system resources. It makes decisions more efficient, that it doesn't automatically refresh anything or load any data until it's told that it needs to. So we can fix that problem if we're considering it a problem, if we're wanting our pages to refresh automatically with things like a folder change event. So we're going to set this up in our dashboards today so that we can set up events so that when a process is changed or an element is interacted with, that our page will automatically refresh or display something different for us. We can do this with steps in a workflow. So we add steps to our flows to trigger that folder change event to reload our page whenever our process is updated, when our process is run, or the information is updated. And to do this, we have to have a folder ID. So we're going to take a look at this afternoon. We're going to make this happen in our dashboards. So here we have some advice for rapid prototyping. And this is all stuff that we're going to do when we start building out our dashboards. So our pages have to live in a folder. So, and this can't be a designer folder, it has to be a standard folder. So while you're building out your page, we would recommend that you create that folder, you add your page to it, and set it up so that a user can view it, so that you can view that page live as it's going to exist for your users while you're building that out. You're going to want to use multiple browser tabs or profiles. And like we said previous to starting the slides, we recommend using Session Box for this so that you can bounce back and forth between your administrator user where you're doing your design elements to your end users profiles so that you can see what that dashboard looks like, make sure that your users have access to everything they need while you're building. Permissions, of course, like we mentioned, we're going to have to set permissions on these things. Our users are going to need permissions on that folder in order to view this dashboard. Go. And so now, with no further ado, let's get into it. Let's actually build out our first dashboard. So we're going to navigate into our decisions instance. I'm going to save and close my report. And we're going to be picking up on page 79 in the click-through guide. So what we're going to do first is we're going to navigate to our pages folder. We should have created that as part of our scaffolding at the beginning of our project. So we have our pages designer folder. It's currently empty. We haven't created any pages yet. And up at the top in our designer folder actions, this is technically part of the form designer, but you can do it under either the create form option or under the create report option. The page lives under both of those. I'm going to go to create form, and the option that I have on the right here in the picker is create a page. I'm going to select a page, and I'm going to give this a name, and I'm going to call it my purchase request dashboard. And so Tina, it's page 79 in the click-through guide. So once I hit create on my page, It's going to drop me into the page designer. Here we go. So you can see it goes ahead and gives us a grid view. And I think that this might actually work for us. Let me just double check the numbers. Go. Cool. So we are going to make some changes to this. So it gives us a grid automatically by default. And this is a pretty, stock standard dashboard grid. Up here at the top, I have 4 grid squares where I can add tiles. Down below, I have 2 kind of larger ones in columns where I could add maybe a report here and then a process folder view. However, for our purposes, we are going to go ahead and I'm going to say, let's do the advanced layout. So we have our grid set up here, and you could do this individually, manually down here. We're going to go to advanced layout so that we can just enter this numerically. And so for our columns, I want one resizable column and then a 0.6 resizable column. So what this is going to do, because these are both resizable, it's going to fill the space on the page as much as it can with both of these columns, but this one will be 60% the size of the one on the left. So the one on the left is going to be, one resizable, and then the one on the right is going to make itself as big as the one on the left, but then just slightly smaller by 40%. So that this one is just a little bit more narrow. And for our rows, we're going to go ahead and change these. I'm going to make these 180 fixed, 1 250 fixed, and then 1 resizable row at the bottom. So in your advanced layout, you want your rows and columns layout to look like this. Let's see, and Jocelyn, you should. So in my property section for my dashboard here, I can see above the grid setup, there's the advanced layout up here. Yeah, and you do have to be clicked on the grid. So if you take a look, I have a nested grid in here. If I have this one selected, I can see that the orange dotted line is only in part of my page. I have to have the entire grid selected. So the orange dotted line, I wish my page was just a little bit bigger, but the orange dotted line should be all around the outside of your page. And we should have noticed, just like mine did, whenever I changed the layout for my overall grid layout for the page, it shunted those other nested grids that I had in here up into the top left. So it just moved them rather than like adjusting the ones that were already there. So I'm going to go ahead and select both of those. So right now I have this single column or 2 column single row grid nested grid layout selected. I can see that with the orange dotted line around the outside. And I'm just going to delete that. I don't need it. And then up above, I have this single row 4 column nested grid structure. I'm going to select that so that I can see that it's surrounded by that orange dotted line. I'm going to delete that guy too. So what I'm left with is this 6 square grid. So I have my one resizable column over here on the left. My column on the right is 60% the size of the one on the left. And then I have my 3 rows. So this one is 80 pixels, this one's 250, and then this one is 1 resizable. So it's just going to fill the rest of the space down below. Yeah, so Trevor, so doing nested grids is something that we actually do pretty often. What you'll need to do is go ahead and remove the grids that you have. So make sure that those are selected. Select any grids that you have on the page, delete those so that you're left with just the base grid underneath. And then in the layout, set it to have these figures. These figures are on page 80 in the click-through guide. All right. So we should all be looking at this 6 square grid page. So we're going to throw some elements onto our page now. You can see I've already got the toolbox open here in the page designer. And I searched for grid. I'm going to go ahead and close that out so that I'm looking at my favorites. So the first thing we're going to do, starting on page 81, is we're going to add a report viewer to our page. So I can see that down here in the bottom right of my favorites in the toolbox. I'm going to grab that step or that page component and put it into the largest grid square on my page at the bottom left. And I know them, I call them squares. They're not squares. I was never good at math. Please forgive me. So just like when we're adding steps to a flow or elements to other elements in decisions, I've added a component to my page. I have to tell decisions which report it should be showing here though. So just like when we do the run rule step or the show form step, I've added this component and I'm going to have to, in the report setup over here in the properties, select which report I want to show. So I'm going to click pick or create report and I'm going to pick existing. And we're going to grab that purchase request report that you created previously with Jared. So you'll notice some elements, and the decision 7 is better about this than previous versions were. Some elements will automatically update for us when we put them in here into the page designer. However, this report will not. All that we're going to see here is report source, purchase request report. So that's normal. As long as we see that, we can see that we have the right report mapped in. We should be good. So in the properties for that report viewer component, you can see that I have it highlighted in orange. Once I'm in the properties for that, in the report setup, you should see pick or create report over here in the properties. We're currently on page 81 in the click-through guide. So if you miss something that I'm saying, take a look in there. I'll try to call out the page numbers as we go. You can also see that once I added an element to the page and then I opened up the properties bar, I ended up with this white space over here on the side. That's just a browser malfunction. There's nothing actually wrong with our report. Once we hit, save and refresh, it will clear that out once we leave the page and come back. Nothing to worry about. So now that we've added our report to our page, we are going to make a slight change to this report. I want to add in some additional functionality to it to make our page more robust. So in the next steps, we're going to be adding another element over here to the right of our report that just like we saw in the examples that have been built by those other teams, I want it to be so that when I click an align item in my report, some other information on the page updates. So in order to do that, we're going to have to make some additional configurations to the report that we are working with. So over here with the report element selected, we're going to go back over to report setup and select edit default report. This is on page 82 in the click-through guide. So once I hit edit default report, just like we've seen before when we're working within the flow designer and we click on an element or a step and we can go into that element, we just like with that here in the page designer, we can inception our way into the report, make changes to it, save it, and then go back out into our page and continue developing. So what we're going to do here is we already have our folder ID added to the report, right? So we're going to select that folder ID by clicking on it up here in the data field section so that we can see its properties. So right now you can see that I already have mine unchecked here in the visible section. So my folder ID, I don't actually want it to show up in my report. There's nothing human readable about this. There's no reason to ever display it to a user. So I'm going to make sure that I don't have that visible checked so that it doesn't actually appear in the report view. Now it's still in the report. It's still here. I still have its properties column. I can still make changes to it and use it, but I don't necessarily want to show it to my users. So down below, we're going to find our way all the way down to the bottom of that settings section. And I just unchecked it because I already had it checked from a previous class. But we're going to select the send data as filter change source. So in here, this is where we're going to declare what we call a selection bus. This is going to create a variable that appears in our URL that is going to allow decisions to use the data rows that we have selected based on the folder ID that's hidden in that row to select that element and then show us other things about it elsewhere on the page. So we're going to see, it's going to be easier to explain this once we're actually looking at it in action. So for now, follow along as best you can. And then once we're actually viewing this working, I think it'll be easier to understand how this is actually functioning. So what we need to do is we need to create a small, simple variable that we can include here in the send filter change source name. So the guide says to use FID. I know, again, some of us are sharing instances, so add your initials there, and then we'll call it FID. And then once you've entered that into the box, go ahead and copy it. You're going to want to keep that handy for just a few minutes because we're going to use it again in another element on our page. So with our send change source name set, we're going to go ahead and save our report and then close the report designer so that we arrive back in our page designer. And then I'm going to compulsively save, as I would encourage you all to do as well. Become as paranoid as I am, save your work frequently. So now on page 83, well, the instructions are at the end of page 82, but on page 83, we're going to add a folder activity panel into the right-hand bottom area of our page. So it is in the favorites as well. I can see it's the second one down in the left-hand column for me. So it's this folder activity panel. I'm going to grab that element and drag it into that space right next to my report viewer element. So this folder activity panel is going to display information about our process folder. So it's going to display information about the purchase requests that we're sending through our flow execution extension in our purchase request system. So this is the element that I want to display individual data about the rows that we select in our report. So I need to tell it to use that selection bus that we just created in the report viewer. So here in the folder activity panel, I can see that I have the orange dotted line around this element. Over in the properties, under data display, the very first option is get folder ID from selection bus. We're going to select that and then paste in that selection bus ID that we created previously. So now with this part done, let's go ahead and save. Before we go any further, so like we were saying in the slides, we want to go ahead and make this live. Let's go ahead and make this accessible to users so that we can view it the way it's meant to be viewed by users as we go. So we can make sure that the elements that we're designing are going to work for us. Because as you can see, I'm not going to see anything here while I'm building. I can preview, but as you saw with forms, this isn't always going to work the way we want it to. We do need to change one other thing. There's one other setting. This is new in version 7, and I forget it every time. So everybody, we're going to go back to the report viewer. And do you see how, like when I did the preview, I clicked the line item and it brought this slider? This is default behavior. But for my purposes, for this dashboard, I don't want it to do that. I want to be able to click on those line items. And then for my folder activity panel to do stuff, I don't want that slider to show up and cover up my page. So we are going to have to change that in the report. So what we're going to do is with the report viewer selected again, we're going back into the report designer. So under report setup, edit default report. Yep, cool. So under grid view in the properties for the report, we're going to go down to grid settings type where it says default. And I'm going to say specified. So grid settings type specified. Yeah, absolutely, Phil. Bear with me. We'll do that before I leave this screen. So grid settings type specified, and then down below, it creates all of these extra options. So we want to say the row left click slider or row left click action type, and it says show slider. Change that to no actions. So row left click action type should be no actions. Here we go. And then so Phil asks, can I change my total column to a dollar value at this point? Absolutely. So what we'll want to do is now that we've set up our grid view so that we won't get that slider whenever we click on rows in our report, go ahead and select the total column in the data fields so that you can view the properties for that total field. Then scroll on down to format. And you can see I already have mine set to currency, but go ahead and change that. It's probably general. Go ahead and switch that to currency. And if you're in the US and that's how you've set your locale, then you're going to see a dollar symbol. If you're in India and you've set your location there, you're going to see the rupee symbol, etc. But no matter, we've tested this, or I've tested this with other classes in other like locales and nationalities around the world. It doesn't actually change the dollar value. It's just a little bit of flavor there with the currency symbol that gets shown. Cool. So once we've done that, we can go ahead and leave the report designer, come back out to the page designer, and then we're going to save our report because we're going to leave or save our page because we're going to leave the page designer for a moment and set up our dashboard. So right now we're creating a dashboard, or we're creating a page rather in the page designer, but we're going to turn that page into an actual dashboard that our users can use. So we're going to go ahead and close out here. And so in order to do that, clean up what we're about to do. So we're going to need to create a folder in our project folder that can serve as that dashboard. So I'm going to create a folder, and this needs to be a regular folder, a standard folder. So not a designer project folder, but a standard folder on the left. I'm going to call this our purchase request dashboard. So once you do that, we should be looking at a blank empty folder, no designer folder actions at the top. And now that our page exists, we're going to add, or our dashboard exists, rather, our dashboard folder exists. We're going to add our page to it. So to do that, I'm going to highlight and then right click on my purchase request dashboard folder. In the submenu that appears, I'm going to go over to the manage options. And then down towards the bottom of the manage menu, there's this page dashboard menu. And then at the very bottom of that one, we're going to select add page dashboard. So once we do that, it's going to bring up this picker. I don't need to put in a page name. I'm going to pick the page that I want. And I believe, if I'm remembering right, it's going to automatically populate that. So I'm going to go to pick page. And the one that I have here under recent for me is the purchase request dashboard. As a reminder, as when we're picking or mapping elements in decisions, we can always go to all. We can find the entire folder tree and locate the element that we need within the project folder where it actually lives within the folder tree. So once I do that, I make that selection, it put my purchase request dashboard page name into the page name field. So now I'm going to go ahead and save. And then if I click out and click back in, I can now view my dashboard. Now, right now, because I'm an administrator, I have keys to everything, I can just view it. This is good enough for us right now. I can bounce back and forth into this folder, view it as myself, and get an idea for if the things that I'm building out are going to work for me or not. So we can already see our folder activity panel updating based on the rows that have been selected. So right now on my top request is the one that's in here selected. I can see that it is approved. It was auto approved. If I go down to this next one in the list, it's not showing me actually any information. So this one, finally, something different. So this one is currently pending approval. So these two were auto approved. There was just nothing that happened on those. But for the commander data one that we submitted together, I can see that it is currently pending approval. It's waiting on who? Assignment. Oh, I guess it went to me. Yeah, because I didn't actually set that up with an actual manager. So it's currently assigned to me. It's sitting in my inbox for me to take action on. But I can see the state of this request. I can see relevant details about it. I can see when it was submitted, what its current state is. Go. And so let's take a look at that, Phil. So the way that this works is with that selection bus that we created previously. So whenever I select a row in my report, remember that that folder ID is still here. It doesn't show up in the report. It's not visible to my users because we made it invisible, but it's still in the folder, or it's still in the report. It's in this field or in these rows, just invisible. So whenever I make a selection, take a look at my nav bar. So up here at the top, if I can make the zoom items go away, at the very end of the URL, I've got this new value that's been added. So did you click away and back in, Phil? So you should click out of that folder and then back into it. Cool. So up here in the URL, that additional value has been added to the end of my URL. And I can see that RFID, RWFID, that's that variable that I assigned as the selection bus. After that, we have an equal sign and then a decisions GUID, a decisions unique ID that's been tacked on to the end. So with that selection bus, what we told our folder activity panel to do and our report viewer to do, we told the report, hey, anytime I select a row, put this value at the end of the URL. So add that additional piece of data at the end of the URL to let other decisions components know which row is selected. So you can see it changes every time I make a new selection. Now, my folder activity panel was also told to update or get folder ID from selection bus. So this is a folder activity panel. It shows us information about a process folder. And it's getting the ID for the folder that is showing us at any given time from that selection bus, from that variable. So go back. So our report viewer is sending that URL or sending that value up here into the URL. And then the folder activity panel is then looking in the URL to tell us or to determine which pieces of information it should be showing to us. Does that make sense? What questions do we have about that? Who's having trouble? I know that this one is a mind bender. Okay, so folder activity panel isn't showing anything. So what we'll want to do is first, we're going to need to, backtrace all of our steps. So, I'm not really going to do all the steps for it again. What I'm going to tell you is I'm going to give you the overview and send you back through the guide. So this process starts on page 82. So we're going to go back to our page. So the first thing we need to do is in the report, in the folder ID field, we want to make sure that we have that send data as filter change source filled out with that unique variable. Then we're in our folder activity panel. We want to make sure that get folder ID from selection bus has that same variable that we put into the report viewer. So that's page 82 and 83 in the guide. So using a selection bus like this is an extremely powerful and robust tool in decisions. It can allow you to do a lot of really cool things. I actually learned some cool stuff about this recently. I'm using it for a lot of my like trainee management flows and things that I use in decisions. There are also steps that you can add to flows that will look for a selection bus so that you can collect information from somewhere else on a page and do other things with it. It's a really, really robust tool. All right. Let's see. So whenever I open a request that is pending approval, view completed form, this message is displayed. View instructions were not saved for this assignment. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, Alfred. I've never actually seen that before. Let's take a look. View instructions. Let's see. Let's see what we've got in here. Nothing there. That's a new one to me. Do you mind taking a look at Alfred's question in the chat? Sure. Jared's going to take a look at that real quick, Alfred. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, so Sheshadar, that's that slider that we disabled. So in the report viewer, we go to edit default report. Under the grid view, this is a little bit counterintuitive. For this grid settings type, it should be by default, of course, by default. We're going to switch that to specified. And then on the row left click action type, we're going to set that to no actions.
I think I know what Alfred is talking about.
So does that happen when you click on any row?
No, it's this one that is pending. I probably queued off the session before.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's
If I scroll down to the bottom and you try to view complete the form, I would get this one. Yeah,
cool. So everybody, it sounds like those errors with the view instructions were not saved for this assignment. It looks like that happens with flows that are not completed properly. So it's like only for, yeah, like Alfred is saying, only ones that errored in an exception. So if the flow wasn't completed properly, it looks like that's what generates that error. So Stephen asks, how do I resize the last column in the report? So in the report viewer, so you can see that mine is all kind of squished up to the left. It doesn't look great. For each of these, we would want to adjust the width on those columns. So we can make those wider or more narrow. State. So that those fit onto our page a little bit better. Here we go. So I'm going to give some additional resources on formatting reports here in the chat for everybody. All right, so now we have a pretty functional page already. We've got the two kind of biggest portions of this out of the way. These are the kind of the heaviest pieces of our report, probably the hardest parts. Everything else that we're going to add, well, we are going to add some tiles and things as well, but really, this is kind of the big heavy pieces. Is setting up that selection bus. That's usually the part that kind of trips people up. So now let's go ahead and jump back into the guide. And we're going to start adding some additional elements to our page. So we're going to pick up at the bottom half of page 83. I'm going to add a title to my page. I'm going to give my user some indication, some context for what they're looking at. So to do that, up here in this top left area of my grid, I'm going to drop a label. And the text for that label, I'm going to go ahead and call this my purchase request report. Now, right now, of course, this is, it looks like probably 11 or 12 point font. It's very small. It's difficult to see. I want that to be a little bit nicer looking. I want it to be bold and stand out for my users who are going to be looking at this. So under the view in the properties for that label, we could use CSS to do this, and that is, an elegant way to make sure that our pages look uniform and nice for our users. However, we're not going to be doing any CSS, so I'm just going to uncheck the use form font and make some manual adjustments to this. So I have my label attributes down below. I'm going to click the little pencil here. Let's see, shall we aggravate any designers in the room and make it Comic Sans? No, I don't want to make any enemies today. So we're gonna do Times New Roman. And I'm gonna make it a 30 font size and bold. And you know what? Because it's Wednesday, we're having an excellent business analyst week. I'm in a good mood. We're going to make that purple. Do not come to me for your web design advice. I worked in web development for many years, and even still people will come to me and say, hey, do you know how to do this? And I'm like, no, don't ask me to do that. You don't want me designing things. This is not going to be pretty. However, we just want to have our label here on the page in a way that's easily readable for our customers. And we're just doing this for ourselves, so feel free to have some fun with it. So once we've added our label or our title to our page using a label, the next thing we want to do is represent our data on the page in a slightly different way. So we have our report viewer. That's going to give our user that data rows level access to the report. However, we may want to give them a little bit more context, a little bit more usable information so they can just look at, say, a chart or some tiles to get a little bit more less detailed, but more high-level information about the data that we have in our process. So to do that, we're going to add a chart to our page. So this begins on page 84 in the click-through guide. I'm going to go ahead and save my page and close. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the reports designer. Now, whenever we're working with reports and decisions, like you saw when you were working with Jared, we can go in here and we can add additional views. We can create multiple ways to look at this same data set from right here within this report. However, it's a best practice to make your reports bespoke. They don't have to be one-time use, but they should be one-purpose use. So we already have our purchase request report that has a specific purpose to be the report that lives on our dashboard that our users can look through as data rows. Now, I want to report on all of the same information and with a report on all of the same information with all of the same columns, but I want to do it in a different way via chart. So instead of adding a chart to this report, I'm actually going to right click my report, go down to edit, and then make a copy of it. So our reports should be bespoke. They should be one purpose use. And because I want a different purpose for this one, it's not going to be data rows on my page. This is going to be a graph on my page, or a chart on my page rather. I'm going to create a different report using all of the same data. So I'm going to call this my purchase request chart report. Because whenever we're developing in decisions, we want to make sure that the names that we give our elements are, easy to understand and descriptive of what this is for. This is going to be it's for my purchase request system. This is the report that feeds a chart. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. And I'm not sure, I know that some of us probably selected different things for our grouping on this report. However, for the purposes of our chart, we specifically want to show, this is going to be a pie chart that shows, how many requests are in each state. So how many are auto approved, how many are pending approval, how many have been approved. And so we want to make sure that our grouping is set by state. So remove any other grouping that you may have in there and set your grouping to be by state. Oh, hey, everybody, please make sure that you're only editing elements in your own project folder. Please remember that you are sharing instances with other developers. So everybody, please stop what you're doing. Take a look at where you are. Follow the paths up here in the action bar of the designer that you're working in. Make sure that you are in your own folder. So Trevor says, I can't get my report to stop filtering by item name. So let's see. So if you click the little X here, so in the group by, we should be able to click the X and then have no grouping left. And then once that's all cleared out, you should be able to then select state. Good deal. So once we've got our new report now grouped by state, we can go ahead and save and close the report designer. We're going to navigate back to our page. So now back in our page designer, we're going to add a pie chart to our dashboard. So this one is also in the favorites. For me, it's at the very bottom left here in this column in the favorites. I'm going to grab this pie chart element. I'm going to put it right above my folder activity panel. So under chart data, it's already set to use report subtotals. So here in the source, it wants to know what report it should be pulling its information from. So under source, we're going to select pick. And just like we've done before, we're going to navigate through our folder tree to the appropriate reports folder and choose that purchase request chart report that we created previously. You can see down here at the bottom, it says this default series. What it means by series is how it's going to actually arrange the slices of the pie. And so it's set to count state. So our group is, or our report rather, is grouped by state. So in the report viewer, we can see that there are those sections for each state, you know, approved, pending approval, auto approved. And within that, are a list of requests that meet that criteria. So what count is doing here is it's going to say, okay, what is the count, the number of requests that are pending approval? What is the number of requests that are auto approved? And it's going to use those figures to create the slices of our pie. So I'm going to go ahead and select pick. And this is one of the elements that actually does auto update once we add it to our page, new in decisions version 7. And as you can see, I don't have a lot of data in my purchase request system. So my pie only has 2 rather large slices. It looks like Blue Pac-Man is having a rather large meal, but I have my pending approval and my auto approved here in my pie chart. So now this chart wants a title, and I'm going to call this purchase requests. And what I'm going to do, so you'll notice that some of my elements on my page, they have these like blue title bars here, these labels. So my pie chart says pies chart. My folder activity panel says folder activity panel. I don't think that that's very attractive. I do want to get rid of that. So here on my pie chart element, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say show title. I'm going to actually put the title here inside my pie chart tile so that it says purchase requests. But then we're going to, and it always takes me a minute to find this, so apologies everyone. I want to make that blue label go away. And it always takes me a second to find it. Name of value, balance. I promise I do this every 6 weeks and it's the same show every time. Let's see, behavior. View help settings. Aha, so hide title bar where it says use portal settings. So this is at the very bottom of the properties bar where it says use portal settings under hide title bar. I'm going to say yes so that that goes away. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my folder activity panel. Folder activity panel is a words that mean something to me as a decisions developer, but they don't really mean anything to a user. So I'm going to make that go away too. So under the folder activity panel, at the very bottom in settings, hide title bar, I'm going to say yes. So it's a little bit of a cleaner, nicer look for my users. They're not looking at those blue labels from decisions on their page. Here we go. So the next item on our list is to add a bars chart to this area. We're going to skip that because it is exactly the same as adding a pie chart. It just is a bars chart instead of a pie chart. And I think, do we have any questions about adding a chart to a page? We feel pretty good about that? How to add the title. So when you click on the actual chart element, so we add the title here under the settings, and that's probably giving you a validation error. But then to show it, that's under chart settings, and we select the show title. So the last thing that we're going to do this afternoon, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Because the next thing that we have is tiles. That's what I'm going to put here in the spot where the bars chart would go. But we're going to put tiles here instead. So the last thing that we're going to do is we have this one space right above our pie chart. And as we mentioned when we were going through the slides, we may want our user to be able to take action from a dashboard, that this doesn't have to just be informational or reporting. We can actually make this a home base for our user so that they can do everything they need to do in regards to their purchase request from right here on this page. So what we're going to do is we're going to add an element here that will allow our users to kick off that flow to submit a purchase request. So this is at the very bottom of page 85. In the steps toolbox, this is the first time that we're going to leave the favorites, but we're going to navigate to actions. And in here, we're going to find flows. Now, you'll notice that for some of you, these should be some familiar looking folders. Yeah, these are folders that if you've been watching my screen, these are all of my decisions projects. These are things that appear inside my decisions instance. And you should be seeing your own project folders in there or the project folders of your neighbors who are sharing your instance with you. So within each of these, and I'm going to find, here's my click-through project, and I have, my flows folder, and in here are all the flows that I've created as part of this project. So whenever we create those flows, it adds these specific folders that contain individual page components that were made for those flows that I made. So within my flow purchase request folder, I have three options. There's run flow as button, run flow as image, and run flow as link. All of these things are going to run my purchase request flow. These are pre-made elements that I can just drop onto my page that will kick off that process specifically. There are lots of elements and decisions that do this. And so as you continue on through your learning journey with us and proceed through the developer course, we're going to show you lots of ways where additional steps get added to the steps toolbox or to the page components toolbox or to the form components toolbox based on elements that you've created. And this is one of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this run flow as button, and I'm going to drag it up into that top right area in my grid. So now I have this nice pretty button. When I hover over it, it changes style. I could add CSS to this and make it look any way I want, but my users can kick off their purchase requests from right here on the page. And this can now be their fully functional home base where they can do everything they need to do in regards to purchase requests from right here. And once you do that, go ahead and save. Get into the habit of compulsively saving. So we're going to do one last thing today before we break. So we've already talked a little bit about permissions. We added our dashboard to a folder so that we could use it. But of course, we're administrators. We have access to everything. It shouldn't impress us all too much. Do you see how the pie chart dances when we hover over it? That's my favorite thing in Decision 7. I think it's so great. But it doesn't really matter if we can access stuff because we can access everything. So what I want us to do now is let's go ahead and make sure that our sales managers have access to this dashboard. So what we're going to do is our purchase request dashboard lives in a folder. In order to make the page live, it has to exist in a folder. And of course, we set permissions at the folder level always. So we're going to right click our purchase request dashboard folder. And just like we did before, we're going to go to manage and then manage permissions. And so just like we did when we were adding permission on the flows for our managers, we're going to go to groups. We're going to add our managers group. And so before we added just the can use permission. So that's the executable permission. So that's, saying like in Windows, this is executable, or if you're a Linux or a Unix user, this is adding the X onto the file permissions for this element. But we don't just want our user to be able to kick off a flow from in here, even though that's one of the things that they're going to do. We want them to be able to view the folder and open it. So we're going to select all three of these top elements. So we're going to say that they can use it, they can open it, and they can view it. Once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and save our permissions. And then cooperate session box. Be nice. I'm trying to show you off. That's so aggravating. Okay, I think it's probably because I'm Zoom sharing this. This doesn't usually happen. But go ahead and log in as your manager user and make sure that that should now show up in the portal for your manager users where you can view it without needing to sign in as an administrator. And so while we're doing that, everybody, I know that today was a little bit chaotic. We had some technical concerns that we weren't planning for. I appreciate everybody's patience. I know Jared does too. Y'all have been great, and we are so glad that you are here learning decisions with us. So we've got about 25 minutes left in the day. Who has questions? Anything that we've covered up to this point that you're curious about? Anything that you'd like us to go back over? Yeah, so the one that allows the managers to approve is the same, except that it needs to be on the flows folder. So we need to give executable permission on the flows folder itself. So we're going to go to manage permissions. I've already added my managers group here, and I want to make sure that the permission that I've given them is the can use. So will the exam tomorrow be the same as we gave on the first day, or will it be harder? I believe it is almost exactly the same. There may be some questions that are different, but the idea is to gauge what you know about decisions coming in, and then how much your knowledge improved after you've sat here listening to us all week. So it will be at least very similar. It may not be like question for question the same, but it will at least be very similar. So I'm not sure if you should be too worried. Hopefully we've covered everything pretty well this week. I imagine that if you've gotten through the click-through guide and that if you don't have any questions for me right now, I expect that you'll do just fine. Let's see, the dashboard is now displaying when the manager logs in. Can we change the placement or create a container so it will not be under the recent folder? So that's interesting. So normally, I mean, whenever I sign into the portal, I'm usually looking at my documents. That's my home base. So you can change that per user. I think that must be something that was set either on the page or for that user that's forcing them into that dashboard instead of going into my documents, because this is the typical home base for users when they sign in. So the exam will be in the afternoon. It'll be the last thing we do tomorrow. See, how did you hide the pies chart line and the folder activity panel line on the items page? So in the page designer, nope, not that one, this one. So for each of those elements, it always takes me a minute to find this too. Every single class, it always takes me a while to locate this, but it's under the settings. And then there's this hide title bar. By default, it's set to use portal settings. Set that to yes. So we want to say yes, hide title bar for both of those elements. All right, everybody. About 20 minutes left in the day. It's a good rule of thumb for training to always let people go early. So even if it's only 20 minutes, I'm going to say that we go ahead and wrap it up here. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern US time, and we will finish up our purchase request project. So again, everyone, thank you for your patience today. Have an excellent evening, and we look forward to wrapping up the instruction portion of training with you tomorrow.